Have you ever traveled through time? We do it every day.
Asgardia is a country with a population of more than 1 million people from more than 200 countries on Earth. Asgardia gives everyone equal opportunities, no matter what their earthly status is.
It is possible to create and live in the future right now. Are you ready? Forward progress is the solution to the entire human race. Our mission is to bridge new horizons. In Asgardia, there is no limit to the universal development in the fields of technology, finance, and arts. Asgardia is a new space and digital economy which creates opportunities for the global economy. We deliver innovations. Do you want to get on board with us? We are developing various kinds of digital businesses, attracting them to the Asgardia platform that can be backed by the means of our umbrella, i.e. franchising of the Asgardia brand. We can not only attract investments into space programs from prominent institutional investors, but also affordable amounts from the citizens of Asgardia. We comprise of more than 1 million people.
Asgardia is a chance to realize one's dream. This is a dream-driven space nation. Asgardia is a chance to belong to a community of free-thinking enthusiasts, goal-driven dreamers, and fearless innovators, theorists, and scientists.
We are the first space nation. One humanity, one unity.
Asgardia.
We are creating
the future.
One of my favorite things when I'm out in the boonies, out and about in the woods, is taking pictures of some of the wildlife out there. People really forget, with all the violence and everything you see on the news, just how beautiful this planet can be. You go out to the woodlands and you just take a walk, and oh my gosh, there are just some beautiful things. Even the dead of winter when everything's covered in snow, it just, people forget about that kind of thing. It's kind of sad.
Nature is great. We should copy nature more. We should look at nature more and copy it and mimic it here and there.
Agreed.
Yep.
There's a lot to learn from nature.
Good morning, Chairman Lambert.
Good morning to you. Let me tell you
Lambert.
this. Nice to see you all. I've got my new headset fixed. The new lightweight Lambert OPEC. So I look less like, for the English audience, a Cyberman, which was something from Doctor Who, which looks more like this. I can't really see now because my headset, my system keeps improving. It gets rid of all the rubbish around me. So here we are.
Don't worry, Lambert. You still look like a Cyberman.
Okay, I think you just violated my rights.
Also, to be fair, you were a lightweight before the headset as well.
Okay, well, first of all, to Peter Morn, I say I'm going to write to my lawyer about you, and to Ross Cheesewright, I'm going to tell you I'm going to write to Peter about you.
Peter, I'm going to need to speak with you after this.
He can be bought.
Lambert, did you get my email?
Yeah, thank you. And
right.
I think Linda may have distributed it. Linda, I'll send a quick note to her once we get going to make sure that everyone receives it. Great, thank you for doing that. That's really good. You mean about the proposal?
No, I emailed you last night.
Oh, let me just check while we're warming up. We'll start in about 2 or 3 minutes. We'll just let people just join us.
All right, no problem.
Let me just check now while we're warming up.
Speaking of nature, you see a lot of how our houses are built, pretty boxy, pretty square. And because of that, you see storms pretty much rip our buildings down. So that we have to build with special materials and stuff. But you see things that animals build that endure those same storms and don't fall apart. And it's because for example, you go to what we call Tornado Alley here in the States. If you were to see a building that's round, almost like an egg shape or a dome, and storms with really high winds, like tornadoes, have a very hard time knocking over or damaging those buildings because of their shape. The wind goes around them rather than flat against them. So while if debris hits them hard enough in the right spots, it could wreck them. The winds themselves aren't as likely to destroy them. And same with certain buildings during hurricanes. Obviously, if you're on the coast, you got the high waters. The waters are going to do damage unless the buildings are up on stilts. But a lot of the buildings that have a lot of rounded or completely rounded aren't as likely to be destroyed because the winds are more likely to go around them rather than slamming into a flat side. So one thing is, when we look at building off planet and we will eventually find an Earth-like planet that humans can live on, something we should look at for buildings is designs that are more attuned to the nature of the place rather than just our square, boxy, prefab shapes. And you can do prefab now in a rounded shape. And it's just something I was thinking about last night because I was talking to a friend of mine who is looking at monolithic dome homes. And I was telling her the same thing because she lives in Kansas. And she's like, I'm looking at the expense of a major storm shelter and everything else. I said, why don't you get, a building shaped like this? It'll be less likely to be destroyed, other than maybe an F4, F5. Something we should think about when we go to build on other planets.
Certainly, what you're saying makes sense if we want to float about in the red spot of Jupiter.
Well, not just Jupiter, but look at if we found a planet Earth-like, but it still had, like Earth, tornadoes and windstorms and hurricanes, and people are living in zones where those storms hit. That's something to think about.
It definitely is. In the film Interstellar, which I think is challenging but a magnificent effort at an Odyssey. It's like Homer's Odyssey. One of the most interesting scenes. This doesn't spoil the film if you have not seen it. They're on a ship on a planet which is covered entirely with water, and these massive tidal waves come over it, and it's one of the most impressive scenes.
I've seen that. They think they're landing in a place where there's mountains, but in fact it's because the waves are so high they look like mountains on the radar. I've seen that.
Yeah, it is pretty impressive. In an infinite universe, I don't believe there is an infinite universe for this reason. In an infinite universe, everything happens. There's a planet where Bridget is the president of the United States of America. There's a planet where Clive Simpson is editor of every magazine on that planet. There's a planet where Sarah Clarke has a PhD in every subject known to the whatever species is living there. There's a planet where... Go on.
Sorry. It's not just our universe. Remember, there are, according to theory, multiple universes out there.
Well, I'm glad that I only have to deal with one parliament for 5 years. But I couldn't imagine that in any planet, anywhere in the universe, there's a better parliament than ours. Let's check. Bridget, not Bridget, Rebecca, are we broadcasting? I can't see Rebecca Berg. Great, thank you. Great, let me start then. We've got 57, that's good, almost a quorum. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the second session are in our second term of our Asgardian Parliament, the world's first fully functioning digital democracy. You join us from all around the world to see a parliament from all around the world. And for that reason, let's start with our wonderful, wonderful interpreters. Let's start with Ilya. And the interpreters will explain how you can follow the proceedings in really 4 different languages: Russian, Turkish, Spanish, and of course English. Ilya, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lambert. Уважаемые члены парламента, добро пожаловать на второй день второго заседания парламента второго созыва. И вкратце напомню, как осуществляется работа переводчиков. Весь перевод осуществляется в синхронном режиме, поэтому никто не делает никаких пауз. Перевод осуществляется на 3 языка: испанский, русский и турецкий. Поэтому вы, если вы слушаете, вы находитесь в русской комнате или в русском канале. Если вам нужно выступить, сказать, задать вопрос, вы говорите в основной комнате, в основном канале. Пауз, повторюсь, делать не нужно, но постарайтесь говорить немножечко помедленнее, чем обычно, чтобы переводчики успели перевести на все наши рабочие языки. Хорошей вам работы. Спасибо.
Thank you, Ilya. As always, great to work with you and your highly professional team. Let's go next to our Turkish interpreter. Good afternoon to you. Alpa. Can't hear you yet.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. 100%. 5 out of 5.
Evet, saygıdeğer parlamenterler, Asgardia Parlamentosu'nun bu ikinci oturumunun ikinci gününe hoş geldiniz tekrardan. Hepinizin bildiği üzere 4 farklı dilde tercüme hizmeti sunulmakta. Türkçe'de bunlardan bir tanesi. Çeviri hizmetimiz simultane olarak sürdürülmekte. Dolayısıyla ekranın alt kısmında bulunan tercüme ikonundan Türkçe'yi seçtiğiniz takdirde bizleri eş zamanlı olarak Türkçe olarak dinleyebilirsiniz. Söz almak isterseniz yine Türkçe siz konuşabilirsiniz. Biz aynı anda İngilizceye çeviriyor olacağız ve diğer tercüman arkadaşlarımız da ilgili dillere tercüme yapıyor olacaklar. Tabii ki söz aldığınızda sizlerden ricamız mümkün olduğunca açık, tane tane ve yavaş konuşmanız. Şimdiden tekrardan iyi toplantılar dileriz. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpa. And next we go to my long-standing friend and colleague and mother of one, Liz Garriga from South Korea. Buenos
Thank you.
dias.
Buenos dias. Bueno, yeah. No, buenas noches. Too.
Oh, buenas noches, sorry. Of course it
9
is for you,
p.m.
yes.
here.
Yeah, sorry. Buenas noches.
Yeah. Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches, parlamentarios, donde quiera que estén. Bienvenidos a este segundo día de la segunda sesión parlamentaria. Estamos haciendo traducciones en el momento en los idiomas ruso, inglés, turco y español. Y como pueden ver, debajo de la pantalla van a encontrar una cajita que tiene los idiomas que deben, los 3 idiomas, el idioma que prefieran escuchar, ahí lo van a tener. Si tienen alguna pregunta, por favor, comuníquenlo por la caja de mensajes o comuníquense con la coordinadora del Parlamento. Si tienen alguna pregunta, recuerden por favor de hablar un poco despacio, sin pausa, pero despacio para poder hacer la mejor interpretación posible. Así que pasemos un lindo día. Gracias.
Thank you, Liz, Ilya, and Alpa. Any problems, raise your hand, and we will make sure that we get the situation resolved. Over time, we may get digital solutions for translation, but I still believe there's no substitute for humans, because humans can translate the tone, the meaning of what's being said, as well as the words. There is a very, very interesting film called Fail Safe, which discusses translation in a very tense Cold War environment. It's worth watching to understand that point. So let's move on. We have a maximum of 8 hours today. We probably need less, but we have quite a lot of voting to do. So let me have a look at the announcements, a few announcements. Sarah, I gave you a call earlier, but you were probably sleeping. I sent you an email as well, so don't worry, we can get that fixed. Sarah asked an interesting question. Where does health fit in terms of our committees? This has been something we have discussed many times before. I've suggested to Sarah, who will then be on whichever committee that is, that tomorrow we should decide where to put health. We can't start a new committee right now, but we can make sure that health has got a home, and it needs to be in one committee rather than across two committees. Of course, there's always some overlap. So good question, right answer, and you have not made a terrible mistake. I'll make sure you stay in the right place. I have the power to do that. Next, Clive, I finally sent you a response. I did not dare face you again today without doing it. Just one small change, just one editorial change. Hopefully you got that. And it looks. Did you get it or not?
It actually went to print yesterday, but I'm sure we can sort something.
It doesn't really matter. It's only a tiny change.
Okay.
Don't spend time or money on it. It's a very, very small thing.
Evet, bu çok ufak bir şey. Çok da düşünmeye gerek yok. Çok fazla para harcamanıza da gerek yok açıkçası. Online versiyonunu evet almıştım zaten. O da yeterli zaten. Çok ufak bir değişiklik zaten. Gerçekten çok da önemli olmayan bir nokta aslına bakarsanız. O yüzden de vakit ve para kaybetmeye gerek yok. Burada arkadaşlarımız belki Clive Simpson'ı tanıyordur ama kendisi uzay dergileri anlamında dünyada bir numaradır. Room.
Absolutely phenomenal. I have a copy here. I'm in my office in the garden at the moment. I flooded my office, and the copy I have here went underwater. And so, I treasure it so much. Hang on, let me just get it. I'll just show you. I treasure it so much that I actually, this is my copy. I won't throw it away. I actually dried it out, and it's now. It's not looking at its very best.
I'll have to send you a replacement.
I think I've probably got some spare ones, but I always keep a copy. Room is just a remarkably good magazine. 3 other quick announcements. The third one is the most important. The first of the final 3, or third of 5, is that we will take a break. At some point, we'll take us a long break, and we'll do that when it seems natural to do so. By long break, I mean a maximum of 30 minutes, probably a little bit less than that. People seem to like to get the job done and then get the rest of the day back, especially if you're staying up in the middle of the night. Then the second last comment is, if at any point you have any confusion about the process or what's happening, just raise your hand. Politics is simple, but you have to learn it. And so please do not be embarrassed to ask for clarification if you need it. And then the final point is about committee chair elections. We'll come to you in a second, Ross. I have a list of who I think has nominated themselves for various positions. Obviously, I'm hoping to have many of these positions resolved tomorrow. Obviously, you need to be here if you want to be a chair of a committee. And most of the people on this list are here. I will ask you to do 2 things. If you can reconfirm your intention, just put in the email, just put committee chair, title committee chair, so that I can filter them. But I want to see how much progress we can make. On Thursday, I said that we'll do this as a 2-stage process, and the 2-stage process is the committees where it's obvious who's going to be the chair and so forth. We can do that quickly. For those which are contested, we can take a a couple of days to get those finished as well. One of the voting items is to vote on the protocol. So Parliament doesn't approve the individuals who are elected to those positions and chairs, because each committee makes that decision, but we approve the process. And once again, I'm thinking of the future, because in 30 years' time, not many of us will be here. We're trying to establish precedents at work on Earth and in space. If you want to be a chair, please just send me a quick email. Simply say committee chair and just say which committee you want to be considered for. And then we can resolve most of the positions tomorrow. Ross.
Thank you, Ellen. But yeah, I just wanted to say we're having some issues with the translations. In the English channel, we're getting translations for other languages.
Really?
Yeah. No, I made it up for fun. Yeah.
Oh, in other words, the English. So the English is actually coming out in Turkish, I think, at the moment.
Correct. Yeah. So I don't know if maybe we can get that looked into before we get into full swing.
Does that mean that English is under Turkish at the moment? If we can get that, yeah. Yeah, I can see that at the moment the Turkish stream is coming through the English channel. If I could ask whoever's in charge of that to try to fix it, Ross, that's helpful. Thank you. I only know 2 words in Turkish, Istanbul and Erdogan. And maybe kebab, but I'm not sure if that's right. So if we can get that channel fixed, that would be great. I think maybe we have it fixed now, actually. I'm just checking. Okay, well, if the problem continues, please raise your hand. Thank you for making that logistical point, Ross. One more item. John, fine, I got your email, and I've sent you a brief reply now. I totally respect the content of that, and I get it, and I understand it. John and I have been having a dialogue about something quite high level. I don't need to share it with everyone else. If you have a short while after we finish today, John, I would be keen to talk with you about my idea. I'm very sensitive to the same issues that you have raised, and you've done it in your normal, honest and very well written way, and it bothers me. It bothers me. Colleagues need to understand that if John has criticized something, and if you have a problem with something I have done, tell me. I know a lot about politics, but I'm not perfect, and I want to learn as well. I've often told colleagues here, this is the biggest job I've ever done in politics. The second biggest was being Shadow Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and the third biggest was being a political party leader in Wales. But this is the biggest job because it has the biggest responsibility and is likely to make the biggest difference to humanity in the future. One other little small point before we move to the next item. This is one of this is a Bendel product, I believe. This cup. I have this because I'm out in my office. I have this and the thermos of tomato soup, and this is what sustains me. I'm trying to live a quieter life so that when we go into space, I won't miss anything. I actually broke this, Ben, and I care so much about your product that I put it together again. So there we are. That's what I'm doing. Let's move on. Oh, the voting is open as well, of course, and you can vote at any time, but hopefully you'll follow the process of listening to the debates before you actually pass judgment on what we're voting on. It's just started raining here, and I've got a window open. I'll have to shut it in just a moment. Right, let's move on. So back to the agenda. Now, I said yesterday that we're changing the order a little bit on the agenda. Peter Morn is being proposed as the Deputy Chair of Parliament. We can have more than one, but at this stage, let me explain my rationale, and then I'll ask Peter to say something about himself, and you can ask any questions. So this was agenda item number 7, but I want to make it agenda item number 2, because Peter has some other responsibilities later on that he has to deal with as well. I just forgot to say, by the way, we're still continuing the verifications. Thank you to Peter for doing that. Some of you still have not been verified. Peter can do it on a visual inspection here on the list, but please cooperate if we contact you to get your NDA signed. The deputy chair is the person. The deputy chairs do the same job as me and work with me to make sure that Parliament operates smoothly. That's the mission. It's a recognised role in the Constitution. And for the first year, I didn't have any deputy chairs, and that made it very difficult. Salvos Muzakitis and Ben Dell were deputy chairs. Ben became a minister, and Salvos has left our Parliament. So we need to replace those people. We need to re-elect deputy chairs, even if they were here. I'm proposing that we set as a precedent that the chair of that one of the deputy chairs comes from Justice Committee, but we don't need to worry about that now. We can talk about that tomorrow. In practice, though, I believe that at least one of the deputy chairs needs to have legal experience. And for that reason, not because I just know Peter, but because he's also a lawyer, I'm proposing that Peter Morn is one of the deputy chairs. I don't make that appointment automatically. You need to decide that yourselves as well. There will be a second deputy chair appointed later on next year, I would expect. And the reason for that is, in that circumstance, the new members of Parliament will also be eligible and will know enough about how Parliament works so that it's open to all 150. In practice, at the moment, the deputy chair positions are likely to be filled if we had both of them appointed from people who are already in Parliament before. It seems fairer to wait for a while and then see who is appropriate and ideal for the positions. Peter, do you want to say anything? And then I'll open this to questions. Over to you, Peter.
Sure. Thank you, Lembit, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, I am a lawyer. I've been a lawyer for a long time. I'm an English lawyer, which doesn't help me very much in many parts of the world where you all are, but I know about court proceedings, but I'm well steeped in parliamentary procedure, and I think I can cope with whatever our Parliament throws up, because I know the procedures, I know how to deal with them, and I know that we have an extremely good chair of Parliament, and I'm just really, assuming that I'm elected, I will simply be available when he isn't, but also available for him to run ideas past me, to bounce them off me. He already does, if we're honest. But I want to be at the end of the phone so he can phone me, as he's done a couple of times recently, saying, I've got to go and do something else on the air, on TV. Can you open the Q&A session? Can you chair whatever? And I'm happy to do that. I can jump in at the last minute. It's a bit like always being the bridesmaid and never the blushing bride, because I have no particular desire to take Lembit's job, but I'll always be there standing beside him in my lovely bridesmaid's dress, ready to jump in if the group. And I think that's about all. I'm a willing hand and very happy to take the office. But if someone else wants to oust me, we'd still all be friends, because this is the most wonderful parliamentary situation I've ever been in, and I love it dearly.
Two thoughts. Thank you. Two thoughts about what Peter said. First of all, you've painted a picture that cannot be unseen. The second one is that I have known Peter for 33 years, and I'll make no secret of the fact that I was hoping that Phil Appleby, who I've known for the same length of time, would be potentially a deputy chair. He and I have actually occupied the roles the other way around in the past. He was the chair of a regional political party when I was deputy chair, but Phil Appleby sadly died peacefully, but he died. And so we're in a situation now where, as Peter knows. It's just happens to be that Peter just lived quite close to where Phil did it. No other reason. Two other things. This proposal is not because Peter happens to be in the United Kingdom. It's primarily because of his legal experience and because it seems to me to make sense to have someone with that legal experience in the team. That's what it was very helpful when Salvos had that experience, Salvos Musakitis. I go to Corfu quite often, not just to see the head of nation, but for another project as well. And it was always very helpful. In fact, I saw him when I was in Corfu a few weeks ago. And then the final thing is there will be a second deputy chair appointed as well. I had a hope for appointing it now, but for internal reasons and the reasons I described, we're going to delay that second one until we know each other better, and then everybody will be entitled. Any questions or comments to Peter? Okay. You have three options: yes, no, or abstain. It's one of the voting items in the agenda. If you vote yes, then he becomes the deputy chair. If you vote no, he does not. He still stays in Parliament, but he does not. And if you abstain, well, then you are saying you don't know enough about Peter or the position. All of those are legitimate, but please do vote yes, no, or I don't know on that. Peter's with us for a lot of the day. He has to do some other things as well today. And generally, colleagues, if you do have to go and do other things, that's fine. There's no punishment. But then please do come back when you can as well. Thank you, Peter. And let's note that Peter's made his presentation, and then the decision will be yours. Let me stress again, especially because it can be confusing, the committee chair position is different to the deputy chair of Parliament, two different things. Once again, please reconfirm, because I obviously need to have the candidates here in the parliamentary sitting, because I'm going to try and make as much progress tomorrow as I can on the committee chair positions. Please reconfirm through the email that you are wishing to stand. I do have the list here, but I just want to make sure that things have not changed. Sarah was concerned about maybe being on the wrong committee. I want to get you in the committees you want to be in, and you can change your decisions if you want as well. For those individuals who have not chosen a committee, after the end of today's session, I'll make sure that everybody has been allocated to a committee. I've already done that, actually, but I'll just make sure that anyone who came in after I did make that committee appointment process happen, that if you made a different decisions after that, then you get what you want. Thank you. Let's move on. Now, I haven't checked if Luke has joined us yet, but we have two pieces of legislation. The Electronic Commerce Act, John Fine, who actually is responsible for generating more legislation than anybody else in Parliament. We have the third reading of his Commerce Act. After that, we'll go to the Asgardia Space Activities Act with Luca. He's busy, but he has sent a presentation, which we can look at as well. After that, we will talk about editorial amendments to the Asgardia Act on Acts. Very technical point, nothing very complicated, and it's not a policy debate. Then editorial amendments to the Asgardia Government Act, which will be presented by our Prime Minister, Lena de Winner. Then I'll explain the process for the selection of committee chairs. I think you know it anyway, but we need to put it into the formal proceedings. Then election of the deputy chair of Parliament. Sorry, we've covered that. Then we move to appointment of ministers, and our Prime Minister will introduce her proposal. We have a number of ministers to consider. Each one is an individual separate vote, like I said on Thursday, because you have the right to accept some and reject others if you want. So the difference between that and the committee process is we're voting for the process of electing committee chairs, not the committee chairs themselves, but we are actually voting for the approval of the appointment of ministers. There was a point made about the language when we met yesterday as well. Then there'll just be a point about the list of information for the verification process. We need various things. It's a technical point. And then we'll close the second day of the sitting. And by the close, I want to have your reconfirmation if you want to stand for a committee chair. If for some reason there is a person who has not turned up today, who I've got on my list, I will make an effort to reach out to them. Maybe there's a good reason they are not here, but I expect anybody who wants to be a chair to be present tomorrow when we're trying to resolve that issue. Okay, let's move on. I'm just looking, nobody's raised their hand there. So let's now move on to John Fine. John, good to see you, as always, for yet another piece of legislation. I think probably you would qualify as a lawyer in Asgardia on the basis of the amount of legislation you've done. John is one of the hardest working parliamentarians, in my opinion, and his absolute diamond in terms of his area and his department. So, John, welcome to the third reading and hopefully the final reading of your piece of legislation. And I bet you have a presentation.
Absolutely. you know, I like my presentations.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Lambert. I appreciate those comments.
I mean it. You know I mean it.
Yes, I do. Welcome, everybody. This will be my last presentation for the E-Commerce Act. And I'm going to share my screen. All right, everybody see my screen?
Yes, we see your spaceship.
Yeah. Yes, I love that spaceship. To me, it looks more real than any other ship I've seen, like something we could actually build.
Is that where you live?
On that spaceship? I wish.
In your mind, you do. In your heart,
my mind, yes. In my dreams, yes. Yes, I'd live there in a heartbeat. If aliens come in my yard tonight and say, "Hey, we want to take you up there," I'd say, "Hey, let's go. Let me get my bags packed." or excuse me, not aliens. They prefer to be called ETs. We learned that last week.
We did, indeed.
All right, here we go. And of course, I like to start off with little videos because they help put things in perspective. I need to make sure there's something here real quick. On just a second. This is for Jason. I'm going to make sure the subtitles are on.
Ready or not, digital transformation is reinventing business as we know it. Every enterprise, including yours, now faces a choice between innovation or extinction. Digital transformation is not specifically about IT or technology. It's about redefining your entire business strategy, perhaps even changing your corporate culture. To succeed in digital, your company should think of technology not just as a support function, but as a strategic competency. Digital transformation is not just about applying technology to your business. It's actually about creating entirely new business models on the backbone of technology. Amazon.com was not just a shop with a website. It forever disrupted and revolutionized the entire concept of shopping and more. It's now imperative for every business to adapt to and take advantage of the ways the digital world has radically changed consumer behavior and expectations. Your customers, your channels, and your competitors have already gone digital. As of 2017, mobile devices dominate total minutes spent online, searching, reading email, browsing, and buying. That's globally, from 71% in the US to 91% in Indonesia, and 67% of millennials, 56% of Gen Xers, 41% of baby boomers, and 28% of seniors prefer to shop online rather than in-store. And it's not just for retail consumers. 55% of B2B buyers say they search for product or vendor information on social media. And according to a 2017 CloudCraze study, 55% of B2B buyers expect mobile access to a seller's e-commerce platform. Even your own products, employees, and business operations are already dependent on digital technology. The digital transformation continues to accelerate for two main reasons. First, technology is evolving at an exponential rate. Second, data is far more plentiful and usable. Mastering emerging technology has always made the difference between companies being competitive or barely keeping up. What makes today's digital transformation different is the extreme importance of data. Not just big batches of data, but real-time data. Data about your consumers, data about your competitors, data about your supply chain, data about your markets. Having this data and knowing how to use it pulls your critical business decisions out of the shadow of opinion or guesswork and brings intelligent options into the light, instantly, so your business can do new things and do things right. The digital transformation has the potential to level the playing field. It provides low-cost tools and enables strategies that give small and medium-sized businesses a fighting chance to compete at the same level as major enterprises. Successful companies that have disrupted an entire industry often did so by changing business models and processes in ways that vastly improve the customer experience. Data is what makes these new models possible. Digital transformation depends on data, and data depends on effective collection, cybersecurity, analytics, and application. Get the data, protect the data, analyze the data, then utilize the data. These are the essentials of a digital transformation, and these are the essential skills that your company will either have to outsource, hire, or train and upskill from the inside. Do you have a digital transformation strategy? According to a 2017 Forrester report, 74% of business executives say their company has a digital strategy, but only 15% believe that their company has the skills and capabilities to execute on that strategy. Digitally transforming your organization changes everything. It changes your corporate strategy. It changes your business processes. It changes your marketing capabilities. It even changes the roles and skills you need to fill in order to bridge the gaps between your company and the technologies you need to master. Simply Learn is here to help you on this path.
Okay, and the next one.
Specialize.
This here is from the World Trade Report.
Bueno, el comercio evidentemente está cambiando fundamentalmente con el 3D printing, con la robotización.
Tapping into their digital capabilities.
To become part of this new future and new economy that we're seeing.
What will trade look like in 2030? Are we ready for the changes that lie ahead? Technology has shaped the way that we trade. And today, this phenomenon is accelerating like never before. I will start with blockchains. Blockchain is essentially a tamper-proof, decentralized digital record of transactions. It could therefore support smaller businesses to start trading by helping them to build trust with partners around the world. Let's take a look now at the Internet of Things. They will help companies to track products along the supply chain and optimize route planning, for example. 3D printing. We would be buying the code that is needed to reproduce it. By cutting trade costs, these technologies could boost trade by up to 2 percentage points per year. And that amounts to growth of 31 to 34 percentage points over 15 years on top of what we are already expecting.
I think technology could have an ambiguous impact. 65% of the remaining employment in manufacturing industries could be replaced by robotics and artificial intelligence. So think about textiles and apparel.
Il est vrai qu'il y a d'excellentes opportunités sans précédent, mais il ne faut pas oublier que ces technologies sont porteuses de gros risques. Il y a un réel risque de cybercolonisation ou colonisation numérique. Et je pense qu'il faudrait y accorder beaucoup d'attention car elle n'épargnera personne.
There are currently tensions in the international trade system, but it's a time to strengthen the rules, not to move away from a rules-based system.
There's a challenge for our governments to come together and have a serious discussion around this very, very fundamentally important economic phenomena that's going to change how we live.
Okay. This is the Asgardia E-Commerce Act, third reading. As we go through our digital transformation. The purpose of this act, the primary objective of the E-Commerce Act is to overcome obstacles. Hold on just a second, my big head's in the way. There we go. Obstacles arising from legal conditions between the nations of Earth and Asgardia that may not be universally acceptable when Asgardia or its citizens are engaged with electronic commerce. This act should provide similar ideologies between older paper-based transactions and newer electronic-based laws. Such equal treatment is essential for enabling paperless electronic commerce communications, thus fostering transparency, sustainability, and adaptability that produce productive business environments and economic growth in the management of trade and commerce between Asgardia and the nations of Earth. And of course, this edition that I'm reading from was last updated on March 4th, 2023. The core principles, I'll go over those again. In Asgardia, most commerce will be done by digital electronic means. Asgardia primarily engages in relations with other nations through e-commerce. The purpose of this legislation is to establish a framework that ensures fair, efficient, non-discriminatory, and informed electronic commerce between Earth and Asgardia. Policies that promote consumer, business, and marketplace confidence. A framework similar to that of the United Nations e-commerce model law. And transparency, sustainability, and adaptability to foster productive business environments and economic growth. Why the UCIRL model law, which stands for United Nations Commissions on International Trade. Global cooperation between most nations concerning trade and commerce. Model laws provide limited court intervention and arbitration proceedings. Globally accepted and successfully enforced the principles of non-discrimination, technical neutrality, and functional equivalence. Aligns with Asgardia's core objectives and goals, especially fostering global partnerships and associations. The framework articles. There are 11 articles currently. Each covers an area we believe to be significant enough to be mentioned in the Act. Refer to the posted PDF for referencing content within articles. And that PDF is usually posted in Slack. Article 1, application of electronic commerce. Article 2, communications in electronic commerce. 3, involvement in electronic commerce. 4, the Minister of Trade and Commerce, the minister shall establish an Asgardia electronic commerce policy. 5, data messaging in electronic commerce. 6, retention in e-commerce data messages. 7, attribution in e-commerce data messages. 8, e-commerce receipt acknowledgement. 9, time and place of dispatch and receipt in e-commerce data messages. 10, e-commerce carriage of goods. And 11 is transport of electronic commerce documentation and authentication. I'm not going to go over those articles again. E-commerce will continue to drive the future in a digital world. Asgardia Space Nation's destiny in e-commerce should hold equality as its most defining principle and sustainability as its goal. And that's it. I'm ready for questions or comments. Now, I thank everybody.
Thank you, as always, John. Clear and very effective presentation. Any questions or comments to John Fine about this piece of legislation? To explain to colleagues who may not be familiar with the process, this is the final stage. So the content is basically yes, no. We can make some small changes, but it's basically yes or no. Do you agree with the content, or do you disagree with the content? Or if you abstain, then that's another option too. Any questions or comments? Daniel.
Hi there. Good morning, everyone. It is 8:58 a.m. on the East Coast. So I just wanted to clarify, the legislation is to find a method of trade between Asgardia and the rest of the continent of planet Earth. So my question, we do have our solar sort of deposit area. So we're looking for a way to sort of convert that. I just wanted to sort of get like a clear definition of the goal of what the legislation is for. If John can sort of clarify a little bit more, is that possible?
Sure.
John?
Yes, the legislation is to basically to bridge any gaps there would be between Asgardia's trade and commerce and the world's trade and commerce. Okay. It's modeled, it's designed off the similar model law that the United Nations used. And that piece of legislation in itself took years, lots of years, and lots of debate and lots of argument between one nation to another nation to formulate. And eventually they did form a really historical document where basically what they're trying to do is like United States trades a certain way. Before, let's say, I'm just going to use some countries. The United States had its own way of trading. China had its own way of trading. Italy had their own way of trading. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody had their own way of trading, and none of it matched up with anybody else. Well, the logistics there was terrible. And now we live in a global world. We don't live in just like, okay, I drank some apple juice the other day that was made in 3 different countries. And so then that's the way it is. I mean, we get, I don't know if anybody actually looks to see where the food comes from, but a lot of the food here in the United States now used to all be made in the United States. Well, a lot of the stuff we get now comes from different countries. And in order to make all that trading work, because that is trade and that's commerce, in order to make it work so that all those nations flow together, that's what the model law was designed to do. And This is just Asgardia's effort to be part of that system, basically. And so that we don't have anything that keeps us from moving forward with our economic strategy. I hope that helps a little bit.
All right. So definitely understandable. So despite like current world politics in regards to BRICS, NATO requirements, I'm assuming that's not going to affect how we would establish our commerce in regards to like currency conversions and sort of trade conversions. Is that going to be part of the language of the legislation as well, or is there something that we want to address in that aspect as well?
Well, currency is going to fall under the Ministry of Finance, and that would be as far as they are working on a comprehensive way to make those exchanges. It's not ready yet. I just, we've had from the last parliament, they have explained to us that they are working on that. However, for trade and commerce, this legislation here is just so that we are basically working on the same sheet of music as the rest of the world, right? And your finance systems are still separate from that, and they even have some of their own separate. The world is not ready to give up every area and say, yeah, we're all working together with it, but they are doing it with trade, right, and commerce, and because it's so lucrative. I mean, it's now you got countries that never had any money at all or any economy at all booming. I mean, look at Estonia. Estonia, we visited Estonia in one of our sessions, and they're just, I mean, I read the bio about Estonia on the internet, and they're booming economically, and it's because of this international trade agreements that they've worked on over and over and over is the reason why that's happening. And if we want to be on that same level, then we have to have a e-commerce law that mirrors the rest of the world, right? Adapted for Asgardia, of course, but and basically it only addresses the trading and the commerce, not your financial and banking and all that stuff. That'll be handled in different departments. But yeah, I hope that helps.
I value your contribution. I definitely do agree that we should create or come together to form a method to establish our commerce and trade requirements as well. And I do believe that putting together that solution is something essential for the pivotal launch of Asgardia, John. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you very much for that. Other questions or comments?
I just wanted to thank John for all the time he's put in on this. He's obviously put a great deal of not only thought, but just really, what am I trying to I think it's really needed for Asgardia, and I just wanted to thank him for that.
Thank you.
John, I said at in the previous Parliament, John, if there was a medal for the most improved AMP, it would be John, who did a tremendous job, huge commitment to his self education, and it's paying off. You can see the results here. Anybody else want to raise anything on this? Do please say so while I explain what happens next. If no one has raised their hands by the time I finish my comment, then we will complete this item. What happens next is that, subject to no further comments here, the legislation will go forward for your vote now, where if you vote yes, it has passed all the stages of Parliament. If you vote no, then it stops at the third reading and we review it again. If you're not sure, then abstain, and that means that your vote isn't counted as a yes or a no. And then it will go to the head of nation for a decree, which is the final stage to make it into a legal act of Parliament. Okay, John, thanks again. No doubt you'll have another first reading debate very soon on something else, considering how important trade and commerce is. Thanks everybody for your contributions there. Let me have a look now at where we are in terms of the agenda. We've covered my announcements, the first point. We covered the Deputy Chair discussion with Peter Morn. We've covered the Asgardia Electronic Commerce Act, third reading with John Fine. We next move to the other third reading debate, the other piece of legislation that we're discussing, the Asgardia Space Activities Act. I'm glad to see Dr. Luca Suisavalvo is with us. He has shared the slides. I'll leave Luca to say how he wants to manage the slides, if he's able to do it himself or if he needs Linda to operate that part. One explanation in the agenda, it says it's third reading of UNCITRAL, UNCITRAL template legislation. What this means is we are looking at legislation that the United Nations has put together for developing nations, and it saves time to use a template and then move forward with that. It's also good for us because we want to be recognized by the United Nations. The more we work with them in terms of their processes, the better it is for us as well. So, Luca, good to see you. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking time out. I know you're busy. Let me hand over to you.
Chair, can I ask you 2 minutes of time so I solve a little technical problem and I'm going to be ready?
No problem at all. That's quite helpful, actually, because I want to explain a little bit more about what's happening for the rest of the day. Later on, we will be talking about, once again, I'm answering questions which have been asked of me. The editorial amendments to Asgardia Act on Acts. What does that mean? It's actually just really renumbering things so that the constitutional changes that we made had some implications to the numbers in the Constitution. So we're just making sure that if you're looking for Article 11, subsection 2 or something, it's the right thing that you're looking for. So it's a numerical amendment. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we get there. Hopefully you have received the document, which I have to thank Linda, our parliamentary coordinator, for basically putting together. Then we're looking at editorial amendments to the Asgardia Government Act, and the Prime Minister will explain the same thing. It's just a straightforward tidying up of numbers, basically number changes. The endorsement of the selection of committee chairs, that's about endorsing a process, not the individuals themselves. The committees decide those individuals. Then the election, sorry, we covered that. Then the appointment of ministers. Our Prime Minister will present the offering of individual ministers, and you'll be able to ask questions and make comment there as well. We are approving the appointments. So the Prime Minister is proposing the appointments, and we either approve or don't approve the appointments. And we had a good discussion about that last night. Then there's a straightforward technical point, which is the list of information for verification process. That affects all of us. It's important that we make sure that the verification process is carried out. I sometimes need to contact you directly. And as far as I'm concerned, if I can get your private email and your telephone number, that would be very helpful. Sometimes we post things out, like good copies of the magazine, not the version which was underwater for about a day here. So we just need to go through that, and I shall remind you of what we need, and then we'll close the day. After that, hopefully I'll be able to, maybe I can have a quick chat with Sarah during the break today, and then John after the break, after we finish today. So that's what we're doing today. And oh yes, one more thing. Please send me a one-line email. Some of you have already done it, If you want still to stand for a chair of a committee, I need you to send me that email. I have a list here, but it just saves me time if I know that you still want to do it. So thank you, Ross and others who have already sent your formal request. But you do need to be here at the sitting in order to be considered to be a chair. I think it's a reasonable expectation, in the same way that those chairs will be expected to attend if they possibly can. I know not everybody can do it, but the chairs will be expected to attend the Asgardia Congress in Baku between the 1st and the 5th of October. Luca, how are you doing?
I'm there. I should
okay.
be 20 seconds. I just need to plug.
No problem at all. Just one thing about the Baku Congress, Executive Congress. It's a very successful process where the committee chairs, the ministers and the administrators and the Supreme Space Council all get together. Theoretically, that's 40 people. I have been asked if there's space for others. I have not yet had a chance to check that, but I will check. If you want to come, we might be able to do something in terms of accommodation, but I have to check if that's the case. The physical sitting, the full physical sitting, assuming the Executive Congress goes well, will be next year, and we will have a physical sitting, and we all meet somewhere. And that's going to be very, very exciting. One of the most exciting parts of being Chair of Parliament for a space nation is meeting you here on Earth. And most recently, Ferda Inan, who I don't think is with us just at the moment, she organised a fantastic event in Istanbul. And it was me I kept a promise which I'd made to a former AMP called Serif Kaplan. And it was absolutely fantastic. I met so many AMPs there. Okay, Luca, you've had 40 seconds.
Fine, thank you very much. And I apologize for this. I had
No problem at all. I had to cover all that anyway, so
Brilliant.
You gave me an opportunity to do it. So just before you start, if you're planning to stand for chair of a committee,
I know,
please...
I heard you. Yeah.
No, not you, Luca. Everybody else. I don't mean you. I know you don't need to send anything. We've already discussed it.
Okay.
Just please send me an email just to make sure. I'm just trying to make life easier for myself. Thank you. Over to you, Luca.
Thank you, Chair, and good day, evening, or night, or whatever time it is, to all members of parliaments and members of government that are with us today. So I have to present. So first of all, let me say that I have the very hard task to present a law after John Fine did his presentation. It's always been the case in the last occasions, and I always suffer from this, let's say, complex. But yeah, I hope. So I think the act I'm going to present is much simpler and shorter than John's. So I will claim that this requires less, let's say, aesthetical cure and accuracy in the presentation. So I apologize for that, but I think it's time that we pass this law. So especially for the new members of parliament who didn't have the chance to vote on the first and second reading of this act, I'm going to just quickly refresh some, let's say, historical facts about it. We're going to present now for third reading, which is final voting, the Asgardia Space Activities Act. This is a piece of legislation that was initiated by myself and Sergei Krzyzewski, and Sergei was definitely the most active author of this. Sergei is no longer a member of parliament, but his name, of course, is going to be bound to this legislation because it's mostly originated by him. For those who didn't have the chance to meet Sergei, he was one of the Russian persons that prepared the Russian legislation on space activity. So he prepared this act using the skills and knowledge he had accumulated in the previous experience in Russia. And we're talking about Russia. We're not talking about a very tiny nation that doesn't have a space activity plan. Russia is really active in space activities, as we all know. And so this legislation was important, crucial. And so we had the chance to have Sergei helping us with that. So according to his original idea, and also my original idea, that has been, I think, accepted at least twice by this parliament, we want to present now a very short legislation that should be, in some sense, an introductory step to a much broader space activity act or space law in general. So this is the reason why this legislation is going to be very short, as you will see, and very lacking a lot of details. It's supposed to be so. It's supposed to be a concept law, not an operational law. So I'm going to share my screen now. So I have a very quick presentation, which most of you have seen already last week on the ALF, if you were there. So this is, as I said, the Asgardia Space Activities Act, and this is the third reading of it. Motivations, they are quite trivial. The constitution of Asgardia includes, I think I counted at some point, it was more than 80 times the word space in it. So I think there's no need to go into details into constitutional motivation for this. Asgardia is supposed to have activity in space. And this is the crucial act of Asgardia, this crucial goal of Asgardia, the broadest and more important point of all. And so I think it's obvious that we need some legislation to cover that. So we missed that, and this act wants to be the first small step, the funding stone maybe of all the successive, more precise and more specific legislation. Also in view of the first child born in space, which is the main goal of Asgardia as proclaimed by the head of nation. So the original goal that we have with this legislation is to create foundations for all the space legislation, a space code of Asgardia. I will say something quick about that in a few moments. And this will start with this piece of legislation here. So we propose to create this law on space activities to establish the legal principles of space activities as the basis for further development of the legislation in the field of space law in Asgardia. For the organization of all space activity of the state, and this includes also international cooperation, that's quite an important point that I want to stress. Again, the concept, I think I made it clear. I hope I made it clear by now. This is a short introductory law that is just a hub or a starting point or a funding stone for more specific legislations, which will address specific topics with more executive, let's say, provisions. So in the future, whenever we will have a decent number, some of those specific legislation, it will be time to create a unified Space Act, which will be the body of legislations that that deal with space activities in Asgardia. So this is the final goal, to have one single body of legislation. As I said before, I've been reading a little bit the similar legislation for nations which are active in the space activities. And in most of the case, this is the structure that is used. So there is one introductory, very conceptual law, and then there are very specific ones, and all of them constitute the big, chunky, usually more than 100 pages, even 1,000 pages space legislation, the bulk of it. But this is just the first connecting point for all those successive steps. Let me very quickly go through the main parts of the legislation. The document is available it was distributed by our coordinator before this meeting, so you should have access to it. There is one small amendment that I'm going to propose to it, and maybe I hope this is okay procedurally, Chair, but yeah, and it was a proposal. Okay, I'll show this in the last slide.
That's fine. That's fine. No problem.
Okay. So this text you see in this slide is literally copied from the legislation. So it's exactly as it is. So there is a quick preamble that is basically saying what in 4 lines, what I said in the last 5 minutes. But then there are a couple of definitions which are just technicalities. We define what we mean by space activities and by space technologies and equipment, which are 2 subjects of the legislation. Space activities are all activities related to the use of space technologies and equipment, which is defined later, for the purpose of exploration, use, exploitation of outer space, and also of the space resources, including the moon and other celestial bodies. This is very broad again, so there's no need to go more in depth at this stage. And by space technologies and equipment, we mean technologies and equipment for going into space, creating and operating space infrastructure, human habitation in space, communications with Earth, and all that follows. The second article of the law is the basic principles of the Space Activities Act. So this is I think the most important, the most crucial article in the law. And these are simply 4 points. I'm sorry, there's a couple of typos in this list. There are 3 repetitions of the number, but never mind. So it's just a statement of what we think are the most important principles on which all legislation about space should comply. And I'm gonna read those because they are the crucial part of the whole legislation. The first one is ensuring access to and encouraging participation in space activities of citizens and organizations of Asgardia in order to achieve goals in the interests of the space nation. The second one is to create conditions for a safe, dignified, sustainable, full-fledged life and activity of people in space, including reproduction and expansion. The third point is protecting the Earth and the space environment and efficiently using resources through environmentally friendly, clean technologies. And the fourth point is promoting active international cooperation for peaceful purposes to ensure security and sustainable development on Earth and in space based on international space law. Just to wrap up those 4 points, Asgardia wants to go to space, enable people of Asgardia to go to space, enable them to do so in a very dignified way where nobody has issues, open and equal for everyone, and in the respect of the space environment and in respect of international legislation and with strong cooperation with international bodies and other nations. So this is the main concepts we want Asgardia to stick to. All of them are in the Constitution, and here is just a way to put them like a legal basis beyond the Constitution. I mean, not beyond, but on top of the Constitution. And to make sure that all successive legislation comply with these points. Then this is almost the last slide I have, and there are, I think these are 10 more items, which are 10 specific articles in the legislation, which define which are the main subjects of all space legislation of Asgardia. In some sense, we are suggesting that we should develop at least one piece of legislation for each of those points in the future, with no rush, but little by little. And there is in the law, not here in my presentation, but if you look at the original document, there is usually a couple, 1, 2, or maximum 3 sub-items for each one of those, which explicitly describe, a little bit more explicitly describe what this is about. I'm just going to give the list of the titles. Feel free to read the legislation in the document Linda distributed, but these are quite basic definitions in some sense. So those are the areas in which space activities of Asgardia should be legislated in the future and which should obey the principles that I just described before. First one is management of space activities in general. Who deals with that? What is the point? Second one is space science and industry. And then I go just without saying the numbers anymore. Space infrastructures and aerospace fleet. Space technologies, flight and other operations in space. people in space, the use of space natural resources, safety of space activities, protection of the Earth and the environment on Earth in space. Got some noise in the background. International cooperation, and then there is a typical final article commenting on the responsibilities associated with this legislation. I think there's some mic open that might want to be.
Yeah, let me deal with that now. I'll deal with it now.
Thanks, sorry. But I'm basically done. The last thing I want to add is I wanted to add, so I had a discussion with Jason Berry, I think very interesting discussion, who was proposing several amendments to this legislation, and it was arguing why. I replied to him, and I hope it doesn't mind too much that I not disregarding his comments, but I'm thinking that most of the comments that I had from Jason are more specific to the successive steps of this legislation. So I think that most of the suggestions that I had from him will be better suited for the single specific legislations. Because they were giving already provisions on how to deal with things. And I hope Jason can agree on that. And I'm sure they are really good starting points. I agree with 100%, maybe 95% of his suggestions. And I would like to use them and to build up the new legislation in the next steps, starting from this legislature. So starting from next month, I invite Jason to be an active worker on the next, or even a proposer of next legislation. I was very happy with his suggestions. But for the sake of this specific act, I rather keep it simple and extra basic. Although, despite that, there is one suggestion that I like to take on board from Jason's immediately and introduce in that in this part is just one extra line to be added to Article 9, article about safety of space activities, which generally deals with, in general, the way that Asgardia should provide safety for Asgardians in space and things like that. It's very basic. And Jason was suggesting to add one point, which I'm going to read right now, is at 9.3 here, that reads, Asgardia establishes a space security system to deter and prevent the militarization of space. I believe it's not easy for Asgardia to talk about militarization because other more powerful nations will have, of course, the last word on that. If they decide to militarize, there's not much we can do about it. But I think it's important to send out a message that Asgardia is willing to act in the most peaceful possible way, and that we push for the demilitarization of space to be in the future. So if we put it explicitly in this even very basic concept law, I think we're making a point. There are already explicit points about environment, about international cooperation, and I think it's important to add this one in. So I thank Jason for this, and I will be very happy if we could, Chair, please let me know if it's okay. I think we should include this point in the act. I think this is all I had. Maybe just for the last thing, I might show what an Article 9 is, as it is now, and so you can consider better the inclusion of this third this amendment with the third comma. So if you allow me, I'm just gonna skip to another. I need to get out of.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Yeah, I need just to, I didn't need to stop sharing, but now I did. I know I'm still screen sharing, am I? Yeah, so you still see my screen, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so you now see the Space Act with Article 9, 8, and 10. Yeah, is correct?
That's what we see, 8, 9, 10.
Perfect. So just focus on the Article 9 now. This is the safety of space activities. At present, it reads, protecting the life and health of people, environment, technologies, and resources is a priority for Asgardia space activity. This is very general statement. And the second one is all space activity of Asgardia must be planned and carried out in a safe manner and using technologies and security systems with active international cooperation. So I think this is the suitable place to insert the third point. Asgardia establishes a space, or maybe will establish a space security system to deter and prevent militarization of space. So I think with this I can stop my sharing and open for question. I think it's please vote for this legislation so Asgardia have a basic point, starting point for all future legislation in space. I didn't mention before, but I think it's important also to consider the impact on potential, so the attractivity of legislation of Asgardia if we start talking about space in practical terms. Thank you. This is all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Luca. Glad you could make it. Technically, we didn't have a problem in the end. That was great. We have 5 hands. Sanat, Daniel, Brian, Ricky, John. Sanat.
Thank you, Lambert. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you, Luca, for this legislation. It is perhaps the most important legislation of Asgardia. There are so many legislations in Asgardia which are, in a way, in my view, pretty redundant at this stage. But we've spent time on them. But this one we should concentrate more on. Yes. The other thing is that I want to raise a couple of points about utilization of natural resources of space. Now, there is a bit of a conflict going on about mining in space and whether that mining is commercial mining or not. And I think there is a need for Asgardia to take a view on the subject, taking into account the Outer Space Treaty and the other treaties and how we find. Because what is happening is that the United States and Luxembourg have more or less said that gas mining is okay for commercial companies. They can do it, they can bring it back. So I think we are reaching a stage where Outer Space Treaty and the various, the 2 countries at least, and maybe more countries are going to join, saying that, if somebody goes and mines something and it's only meant for research or something, it won't be, worth their while to go all the way. So these are issues which are going to come up. Asgardia has to take a view on the subject also. Where do they stand on this? On the issue of militarization of space, it's a very big subject. Asgardia can take a view, certainly. They're in favor or not, but I think it's much beyond the capacity of Asgardia to sort of condemn it or not condemn it and so on. And then we come to the third point, which I want to raise, and that is about the issues of safety and security. One of the issues which is very, very major is the issue of space debris and the increasing amount of space debris, the geometric, or maybe, I don't know how it's progressing. It's progressing in such a way that it's not just multiplying, it is, it is multiplying in geometric progression. And space debris remediation, removal is a very big issue. Asgardia has to take a stand on it. How do we get over the fact that even travel into low Earth orbit or medium Earth orbit is danger? Just now, the International Space Station has been shifted. They have delayed one, I think the Russian capsule coming there for delivery, but they wanted to shift it. Why were they shifting it? Because there was an apprehension that a debris is going to hit it. It's so dangerous now that every now and then they're shifting. Elon Musk has said that he has shifted his large number of small satellites many times to ensure that they don't get damaged by space debris. So space debris is an issue where I don't think Asgardia can say, well, it doesn't matter, we will not take a stand on this. I think they have to take a stand on this, because if they want to live in space, then space debris is a reality and it's an increasing danger. It's an increasing danger of safety, security. And in our subordinate legislation to this, we need to take this up very, very seriously of where do we stand? How do we do? How can we remediate it? how can we remove it? So these are issues which I'd like to mention here. Thank you very much, Luca, once again, for the wonderful work. Thank you.
Thanks so much indeed.
Chair,
Go ahead.
can I ask you, maybe it might be not the usual procedure, but since there are many questions, would it be okay to take one by one? Otherwise, I might just get confused. Is that okay?
No problem, Luca. After this, we'll go to Daniel.
Okay, thank you. And Sanat, thank you for your, as always, very good points. I'm going to try to give my opinion on those, but of course, it's open for discussion. That's why we are here. Let me start from militarization, which is probably the let's say the update of the legislation. So it's the hottest point. In principle, I told the same point that you are making. I totally agree with you that is completely off the hands of Asgardia, who has no military anyway. So really, we cannot say anything about that. But there might be, in this case, I might suggest, and I will ask Jason to confirm that he is okay with him, that we change some of the wording of the proposal. Instead of deter and prevent the militarization of space, which is completely off our ends, maybe promote demilitarization of space, or promote peaceful use of space. That could be a more philosophical and less active thing, which let us, don't mess with the big powers in some sense. Sanat, then maybe you can reply later, but I think this could be a possibility. Now about the mining.
I would prefer I would prefer the word discourage militarization.
Discourage. I think I can totally agree with that. It doesn't change the meaning. It will actually, it's probably better than the previous, and I see Jason is agreeing. Better because it doesn't, let's say, it doesn't imply that Asgardia must take action with that, which we can't anyway. So it's a good way to do it. Yes, thank you, Sanat. Very good point. About the mining and also about the debris, despite I completely agree with you, I still think that those are specific examples of the more general things that we have touched in this version, where we talk about use of resources and we talk about safety in general. The ones you're mentioning are really important specific example of those. I will not be very happy with including too many examples in this legislation. I would rather keep it broad and generic, but I'm 100% agreeing with you that those two will need specific legislation of Asgardia. So will be the subject of the specific legislation I was referring to. So I'm very happy to start working on those, which are specific and more in-depth on those subjects. And I would not like to add the word like, for example, debris in space in this one, because it will focus on one specific aspect, and there's many more that are similarly important. It can be radiation, it can be, I don't, you can name it, any possible one. So there's many ones, and instead of listing those or listing a few of them that will maybe reduce the importance of the other ones, I rather tackle them in a specific legislation. This is my opinion, and I leave it open for debate, of course. Same for mining as for debris. So I think I touched your 3 points, Sanat. I don't know if you want to get to say something.
Sanat?
Yes, thank you. I think we've made a point. Now we have to work on the what would you call subordinate legislation or the next legislation.
Thank you.
Subject. So these points have to be recorded.
Thank you. Let's move on to Daniel.
Hi there. Thank you again, Luca, for your explanation for space activities. I just wanted to address the term space activities. I do feel that, like you said, it is still in the early stages. I agree, it is something that we do have to focus on in regards to those requirements. I think we need to define space activities a bit more. Try to address what we mean by space activities, because it's a bit broad. it covers a lot of categories. From what I'm hearing, space activities is anything and all the all the sort of systems and processes and activities that happens in space. Is this accurate?
It is, and this is the intention we have. We want to be creating a legislation where we say everything we do in space will have to comply with this, well, should comply with this general concepts and principles that we are setting here. So this is the intention of the legislation. The more specific points will come point by point.
All right, so that's good to hear. That's sort of what I wanted to address. Just making sure that everyone's mindset is in the same area in regards to space activities, because when you did mention those particular categories, there were several other requirements that would need to be covered under space activities. And I do see a lot of the other departments being involved with this legislation as well and covering vast amounts of requirements for those specific space activities. So yes, it's something we should address. But from the point of view of the space activities, are we trying to cover how Asgardia as a body should address those space activities, or are we trying to address how we manage those space activities with our external counterparts? Because there are several other sort of requirements that come into play. And like I said, it's still the early stages. I'm pretty sure you haven't defined all of that yet. But what's your opinion on how we are addressing these space activities?
I think this legislation wants to be a little bit mostly your first version, your first point. So how Asgardia as a body deals with space. But in one of the points in this legislation is already touching or opening towards the relationship with other entities. And this is the last one that calls about international cooperation, but also it doesn't only talks about other nations, it talks about other nations, organizations, and this includes, of course, commercial and anything that can interact with us. So again, the general concept is Asgardia should do this, should follow this guidelines, but then specific legislation will deal and give all the details of what we mean by cooperation, collaboration with other commercial bodies or entities or nations. And I think this will be more specifically defined in the specific legislation. This is at least the take Sergey and I gave to this initial piece of legislation. So
yes.
I agree with you, and in the future.
All right. I agree. I definitely do see where you're coming from. I agree. This should be something we should address. It's going to take a lot of the different departments and chairs and ministers to put this one together, and making sure we clarify and identify what we specifically mean by space activities and how we address those specific categories. And it's definitely gonna be a long haul in regards to that. But yes, it's something we should address, and yes, I agree.
Thank you. Let's move on to Brian. Brian, good afternoon to you, Brian.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. So I would like to say that I hope that this passes and that I'm in support of this. I have a couple of modifications that I hope might be made that will not derail its current success. The first thing I'd like to point out is in the definitions 1.1, there is the word used exploitation. And I think that Asgardia has been very consistent in its attempt to become responsible, good custodians of the resources that are available in space. And unfortunately, the term exploitation in some cultures can have a secondary meaning of a negative connotation or an abuse type of word. So my proposal would be that that one word, exploitation, be changed to reflect utilization or application. And if we wanted to go even stronger to reflect the point 8, change it to responsible utilization or responsible application of the space resource to more fully reflect what Asgardia has been consistent in promoting, just to avoid that negative connotation that that one small word can have in some cultures. And then a second point that I would bring up that I did not have originally when I put up my hand, but has come up with regard to the militarization component, is I would like to, being a framework document, and the way in which Asgardia has reflected a deal, bringing positivity to this environment, I would recommend that we use positive words, such as promoting the peaceful use of space, as opposed to negative connotations reflecting, a negative or against militarization, just to continue with that positive line that we can then stand for something as opposed to opposing something specific and trying to catch those oppositions as they come up. So one, reflect positive commentary, and then two, change that one word to reflect responsible custodianship. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Luca.
Thank you, Brian. And I think that was a very good point. Both were very good points, and from a native speaker of English, that helps a lot, of course. So yes, I agree. Exploitation probably is a lost in translation issue. I use it. I misuse it most of the time because I think it's just like an equivalent of use. But indeed, it can have a bad connotation in English. I agree, and probably we can just drop that word in the word, because we already have the word use of resources. Utilization might be just a repetition of use, so probably there's no need to just removing exploitation would be okay, and we can replace it by responsible. So responsible use. So let me read how it reads right now in the definition. In the definition right now, it says equipment for the purpose of exploration, use, and exploitation of blah, blah, blah. And so instead of exploitation, I might propose the purpose of exploration and responsible use of outer space. Could that work?
It's great by me. Thank you.
Okay. I think I like your comment, and I would like to take it on board, yes. And about the militarization, yeah, I was also going with that, like promoting instead of deterring, that Sanat was suggesting. Probably is a different attitude from Sanat being involved in security, so he wants to avoid damage, but we want to promote a philosophy. So I'm pretty sure Sanat will not object to that. And yes, we can put it in a positive order. I don't think it changes the meaning anyway, except bringing a little bit more, as you say, positive philosophy. So for me, I will gladly take on board both changes. So thank you for that.
Ricky, you're next. I accidentally lowered your hand before, and then John.
Thank you. Back in Vienna, when we first started, and Han had spoke to everybody, he emphasized defensive measures utilizing primarily drones. Now, there's no way that Asgardia, as has been pointed out, can keep anyone from militarizing space. But we do, once we are out there, we do have to make sure that we're able to protect ourselves if need be. And also, too, there was a point brought up by Carol about the space junk. If we're helping to clean it up, then we should be able to salvage anything usable from it, which I agree with that. But yeah, primarily on the security side of it, we're going to have to develop a drone program. That'll be sometime down the road. I realize this. But that's going to have to be done, and it's going to have to be presented as a defensive protective measure for Asgardia. and so that people don't get the wrong idea that we're trying to take over anything. So that's something that's not only safety and security, but foreign affairs. Foreign affairs is going to be heavily involved on that side of it once they get a minister. And also, too, as John pointed out, these here are framework. This is all framework legislation, and as time goes on, the ministers and the committees will both be working on it. Since right now the ministries don't really have the staff to do a lot of this, the committees are going to have to help in the development. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of interaction between different committees. But that's all I got to say on it. You know, like I said, Han said that he primarily wants to see a defensive posture using drones. So I'm going back to that point there, all the way back in Vienna. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca.
Thank you, Ricky. I cannot disagree with you. I do agree. And just to make sure I understood correctly, still you're not proposing any changes to this legislation, right? You're just proposing next steps, and with which I agree definitely. Is that correct?
Yes, and you know, I agree. I agree with the word changes.
Yep.
Also, but yeah, that's just basically it's next step procedures as we go along.
Yeah, and definitely, foreign affair, but also trade and commerce and manufacture will be heavily involved in all of those successive steps. Yes, and whoever is.
Okay, let's go to John Fine next.
Thank you, Lynn. Yes, Luca. Well, as always, you know, I'm a big supporter of the Asgardia Space Act because it is one of the framework laws that we need. Because you know, as they call us Asgardia Space Nation, so we need a Space Act. But unfortunately, Brian stole most of what I was going to say because that was almost identical to the way I was going to say it. I do appreciate Jason adding that provision into the act, but I agree with Brian that it needs to be less ambiguous. More positive than because it can actually, the way it's written right now, could be it could be threatening to some people, and we promote peace and space, which we do. That's in our supreme values, and I think it's even in the Constitution. So, and so it needs to be written like that because that's what we do support peaceful use of outer space. There's a lot of, especially in the scientific community, that promote peaceful use of outer space. And there's few governments that actually want to militarize space in somewhat, which I totally disagree with. Space should be left off limits when it comes to that. But I agree with Ricky that we have to have our own protection systems, which the HON said we would, but they would just be like a drone thing, which is, it's just a defensive measure. It's not meant to use for any other way because our Constitution says we will not have an army. So, but that was, what Brian said. I'm going to have to second that. That we definitely need, especially, and I can definitely see how the words that he mentioned can be considered negatively, especially here in the United States, because words have meaning, and people in the United States love to pick at people's words and turn them totally around of what they originally was intended to for. And so you got to be more neutral when you're writing. That's one of the things I do when I'm writing my legislation, is I try to use the most neutral words that I can find, that nobody would take in the wrong way. But anyway, I'm just seconding Brian's suggestion, and I do think that article needs to be there. I'm glad Jason recommended it, but it just needs to be worded different and change that one word to a less aggressive word. But yeah, thank you.
Luca?
I don't think there's much to say, John. It's totally agreed, and I think we can agree on that. We'll do that. Promote peaceful use instead of deter will be working very well. So no, I don't think I have anything else to add. Just, of course, there is also the International Treaty on Peaceful Use for Space. Of space, which is dating back from the 50s or 60s, and there is the UN as its own office for peaceful use of space. So I think it's it's a popular thing, not very so much so among the biggest powers, military powers in the world, but yeah, I agree with that. And also there is one detail that might be, let's say, strategical. If you use the word promote, it just means that we try not to be militarized. But if in 50 years from now, space will be as militarized as the rest of the Earth, and why should we be not, protecting ourselves? So I think it still gives the space for us to defend if we need to do that. So not much to add because it was already discussed with Brian. Totally agree. Thank you, Joe.
Luca, in 50 years' time, I will be 108 years old. I'm glad to say.
You say that you don't care about that then?
No, I do care. I'm glad to say, though, that it will be someone else's problem, not mine, when it comes to the Parliament. I can tell you now, bombshell revelation, I do not intend to be chair of Parliament in the year 2073.
Can I make just one more point?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. What Ricky said about the framework laws. And these, that's very correct. And that was put out, and that's part of the HON's 12 focus areas that we work on. And that's what's important, that we are setting up the framework of the law. And I noticed that Jacob's back, and he has the code enforcement law that he's been working on, and of course, Fernando was very big on that, and that's where a lot of specifics will come out, is in our codes and the policies, and of course those will be administered by the ministries and various other areas, and some will be acts that are brought up when it's a subject that covers a more broad area within Asgardia. It definitely would have to have an act, but the laws that we're framing right now are just the basics to basically get the law out there, and those are always going to be broad in their content. It's just the way they're designed. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Jason next. I can't hear you yet. Try now. Yep.
Try. Thank you. Thank you for starting, because we came on that, and I agree with everybody, with Brian, Sean, and Dana. I agree with everybody. Father Worthy, how we standing for the language to detail to make it more effective, more visual. Right? We were sure about that. And I understand that we need to be very visual how we present what we represent. And so I know will be more specific specification that we will make later at the time. I'm looking forward to work with you on that, Dr. Lucas. But at the same time, we have to remember is that my experience working with different organizations and NASA is that there were three things that we have to remember. One is the military, the government, okay? Two is the private corporate company. That's two. Three is the private citizen that opens their own small business. Everything we have space program. Government military is one. Space force, that's the military. Okay? Corporate is based at Blue Ocean. Boeing is the last big corporate company that goes to private space station, ISS. Before they retire, we have a new space station coming up. That's two. That's two. Three, private citizens. People who really think about it. The third is a more business company that may want to open the mining company, the mining, the midway, the astronaut, or while the astronaut pouch. Now, I know everybody talk about how can we mine a stone mining the material, and you have to remember, even if we don't do it, they will do it. So we have to be the kind of organization where we can help the people to communicate across the platform between the company and the patient and us. So we also be the visual. So we need to build a platform where everybody can say, hey, I want to mine the astronaut. So we would say, okay, we just start name, we just start out why you want to take that area to mining in that space. So that way, we just tell every another partner in the international that you will make it, the people over there corporate will make it with that military know, with that the government know, with that the corporate knows. So that way they know who's doing what. It's fair. So we became a communication platform where we can say, hey, these people doing this, these people doing that. So we provide safety to security with our school. Like you guys set up, we can stand over there and watch it. Make sure that we is safe and cost effective instead of hurt anything around the earth. So, I mean, I like what you said, so I'm looking forward to working with that on that.
Just a couple of things. I'll go to Luca in a moment. It's very hard to predict the future in space. I don't know how much war will be exported into space, but human beings can be very territorial. In terms of Asgardia, Dr. Asher Bailey is very clear that we do not involve ourselves in Earth politics. And I can see a situation where Earth politics gets exported into space so that the wars on Earth become wars in space. I believe Asgardia will still not be involved in those. And so I think we need to resist the temptation to become, and this ties into something Lucas said as well, I think we need to resist the temptation to become an armed nation, because our principle is that is not how we operate. But Luca, you may have some views to add. Oh, hang on, Jason.
I'm not talking about military to us. I'm not talking about we don't take it over. No, I'm just talking about we need to be a platform where if everybody is to be safe, need to be a place where if people have problems, we should help them to be a mediator. We mediate between each organization without being involved in politics. We should say, okay, you guys doing it? Okay, let's work with each other, make sure everybody's on the same page. That's where we are. It's all about being able to say, helping one another. If you have a disagreement, we should say, okay, this is what you did, this is what you have. So we make sure that everybody is on the same page. We are the mediator on stage, right? We don't get involved in military, we don't get involved in politics. We always say, okay, will help you guys make sure everybody's on the same page. It may be, or make sure that nothing coming to us from the maybe, or if the military try to take over the space, we will have to be the ones that, okay, let's make sure that we're not hurting each other or beat each other way by building the kind of communication platform where everybody's on the same page. So we are going to be the biggest communication nation that are going to be habilitating us, which is that, okay, this is what happened. So that way, when everybody else from Earth are trying to claim one another, so we need to be a place where we say, okay, you claim this, you claim that. So I think the best way, what we do is if we build a kind of a system where one organization, for every company, a citizenship that going to pay, they can put in say, hey, I want to mine the media, okay? And if to us, the party system, no, you can't do that. But they have to remember, they have to only call Bay Treaty Acts. So they do not have ownership. So that's why we need to be the one saying, okay, remember this platform, so everybody can make an agreement on how we work. So we are shut up communicating. That's it. That's it.
Yeah. Once again, what you're discussing there isn't necessarily about legislation, it's about policy application. And the truth is, Jason, I think these questions will be answered just in real life by how things develop and how things turn out. I could be wrong. What matters to me is that the legislation makes it possible for intelligent policy decisions to be made when the time comes. Luca, do you want to add something?
Very, very quickly. First of all, thank Jason. And I started to know Jason, who just joined the parliament, so we didn't know before. And I'm realizing that Jason is a kind of a visionary person that looks a lot into the future. And I think what he was discussing, and this confirms what Lembit said, is really something that we need to take care of, but is not urgent. And it's something that will come up. We still don't know if and when we will be able to actually do things in space. So I don't think it's necessary right now to start legislating about that, but about the interest and talking about it and discussing it. Yes, I totally agree with you. It's already time to start discussions. So thank you, Jason. It's always very stimulating, and I'm looking forward to discuss those things in the Science Committee and elsewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It is interesting. You definitely bring a good, very powerful perspective to Asgardia. Let's go to Corner next. Corner, Ariadne, Bridget, Lena, that's our Prime Minister, and Sergey. Corner.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. And Luca, congratulations. That is a very, very good piece of work. I have been involved, of course, with the Science Committee, and I want to sort of recall in the beginning when we were talking about this that agreeing with Brian that I had concerns about the tone of the word exploitation. Yes, I am thinking that I did. So my main concern and sort of my main focus that I want to bring up here is also the tone of Article 9.3. I think we have to begin by start to acknowledge that there is already military activities and assets in space. Something very simple like satellites for communication, navigation. These things have got dual use capabilities, both for civilian and military purposes. Enforcing measures to prevent militarization is going to be challenging, especially considering, so our state at the moment, perhaps, in the future, we will have the gravitas as the first space nation. But that is definitely something we have to think about. The vastness of space, of course, and the difficulty of monitoring it. It's just insane to think of the difficulty that it will be to ensure compliance of demilitarization. So I'm thinking that I can't remember who
I think we lost Corna.
Yeah, I think we have. Let's see if she comes back. We'll come back to Corna in just a moment. Let's go to Ariadne, and when Corna comes back, she can continue. There's no point in responding. Oh, Corna, yeah, you are here. Just see. Let me check in the gallery. Corna, if you can hear me, we cannot hear you. Can you try and come back in again, please? Ariadne, and we'll come back to Corna when she's got contact again.
Bien, gracias. Creo que hablar de
Yes, thank you. I think that talking about demilitarization, it's a dream that every Asgardian has in its mind, but the reality is another. And aside from the fact that our head of the nation is telling us do not involve in that, to prevent the militarization in space, we would be involved in that. It would be marking a reference on what we want for Asgardia and what we are expecting on peace and humanity. I think congratulate Jason Barry for considering that amendment. On another side, as Luca says, it's like really ample, really big, regarding involving kids and how space shuttles go, what implies the gravity to achieve exposures like Steve Kelly and the United Nations in Vienna, referring to the space debris. And I imagine that I could see an article in Room, maybe, has involved people that are interested in polemic debates regarding that subject. And now we can see that an Asgardian is involved in that world to talking about space debris. Sometimes we see a lot of people that are not Asgardians and are working a lot on that subject. When I see that presentation of wonderful presentation of John Fine regarding what implies digital commerce, I see the big responsibility that everybody has in that commerce that helps us to connect, and which is helping us right now to connect, regarding the response that the world is giving to the space debris. There's an article in Room, Space Clean, Sweet Sky, talking about all the alternatives that we can talk about. They are very compromised with that activity. We can see it. I want to highlight Lena De Win, which is the director of Room. When there's an article in Room, she's giving us a direction to follow and illuminating the way of what people around the world are doing it with different activities. And those activities are involving us regarding the power that we have to create legislation. And I really love the space law. I really like it. This is a first step. There's a lot of people with a lot of ideas that are going to unite to the second in this second parliament. And this 5 years, will be able to cover a lot of areas and create a lot of amendments and annex to be able to achieve that goal. So I really congratulate Luca for being able to be in the committee. And there's another activity that we're working on with Benedetto and the really with all the activities that we do in the parliament, and all of them have that goal of being united. In that sense, when Jason talks about the future, I think that it's really good to speculate. Maybe it's not what we expect. A lot of us write and imagine and project. But finally, in the education, in the example that we are giving the world with our way of being and acting, in that moment is we are doing something revolutionary. And it's something that we are declaring in favor of peace, in favor of unity in a world every time more distance. We are giving an example, and I hope that example people follow it. So thanks.
Thank you, Ariadne. Luca, anything to say to that? It was more of a comment, really.
Exactly. So I don't think I need to answer to that. I just want to thank Ariadne for the usual nice perspective that she gives. And yeah, I cannot disagree with her. So thank you, Ariadne. But yeah.
Thank you. Let's go back to Corner. I know you have typically South African connection problems, but you're back.
Thank you so much. I am going to beg the members forgiveness for not putting on my video so I can reserve my bandwidth on my mobile. Just two last things. I wanted to point out that many space technologies was originally developed for military purposes. For example, GPS that we all use was initially a military navigation system, but now we all use it. And I am concerned that if we restrict military involvement in space, we will in effect stifle potential technological advancement. I think some level of military presence in space can contribute to a universal sort of a strategic stability. And then finally, I would like to suggest instead of strict, prohibitive measures, we advocate for diplomatic effort to promote transparency and through this confidence building measures amongst all the spacefaring nations. Because of course, transparency helps with the misunderstandings and the risk of accidental conflict. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much indeed. Luca?
Thank you, Corna. And let me start with the first part of your comment. It was the congratulations. And I have to say once again that the congratulations should be mostly to Sergei Krasinski, who was a major author of this legislation. So just to be fair. About the wording, yes, we agreed. If I may share 1 second, I might show a new version of the sentence that Jason originally proposed. Is it okay, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, just very quickly. And so what about something like that? And I invite, the native English speakers to help maybe with a better version. If you have a proposal, please maybe put it in the chat for this 9.3 point. It could be something like Asgardia promotes a peaceful and demilitarized activity in space. I'm not sure I'm getting the prepositions right here. Sorry, I lost it. Yeah, it might be not correct in the English, from the English grammar point of view. Just if someone could help making it a better sentence, maybe we can use something like that. I think this is more neutral and still conveying the same message as before without claiming that we're going to stop the whoever to bomb someone else. And I hope this satisfies Corna as well. Again, about your last comment, Corna, I'm not sure I understood if you had anything specific in mind at this stage for this legislation, or it was more of a general comment. So if you have anything specific in mind, maybe you can write it in some modifications to do. Please write it in the chat or email me, and I might try to include that. But yeah, as a general concept, I definitely agree. So thank you for all your words.
Thank you, Conan. Welcome back, and thanks for working with the technology. Bridget, then our Prime Minister, then Sergey, then Ricky. Bridget.
All right. Basically what I was thinking as I'm listening to each individual, as far as a military is concerned, when you come down to it, safety and security is not unlike a military. Unfortunately, as Jose has pointed out, that there are times when we will have to defend ourselves. And in that case, we will need people who are trained in combat. As much as we dislike this fact, it is an unfortunate fact of life, no matter how it's put, via drones or via personnel. And eventually there would need to be personnel because drones are machines, and machines can be hacked, machines can be damaged, or they can be manipulated to become less effective. Also, as far as what he said about safety in space, again, he would need to work with the safety committee for that. But also there was a proposal put out a couple of years ago now, which is kind of affectionately known as the Red Book, i.e. Asgardian Safety Protocols. And these safety protocols go through various scenarios such as unrest, viral outbreak, quakes, air leaks in stations and in terraformed colonies and so forth, and says, okay, if this happens, then these individuals need to be mobilized. We need to get civilians to safety. Here is what safety would look like. For quakes, here is a rough outline of how we need to prepare for this. If there is unrest, here's what we need to do to try to quell the situation as harmlessly as possible, etc. I did go and put that out so that people could look at the proposal, but they think that is something that will need to be addressed as well, both for activities and with safety in mind. Thank you.
Luca?
Yes, once again, I think that was a comment more than a question, so I'm not sure I need to add anything. And
okay.
I take on board the suggestions. I do agree with those concepts in general. And I know that we're going to have a lot of thinking to do in that field. So yes, thank you, Bridget, for your considerations.
Prime Minister, welcome.
Thank you. Let me see how do I put myself on video. Do you see me? Excellent. So, greetings, everybody. I agree with the spirit of everything what is being discussed. I would like to, again, add for those who work on the technicalities of the document, the following considerations. One is the word exploitation. I'm fully with you on what you discuss. However, this is a term accepted in the ISS program. So I would encourage native speakers, colleagues, to review NASA documentation, and once you've done it, you make your final decision, because in the space station and in general in human space flight and exploration terminology, there are clear definitions. So exploitation in those terms, and that's a NASA term, so American term, it's everything, it's the biggest thing you can do because you go everywhere and you do everything. Exploration, there is exploration and research. Research is science research when you conduct an experiment. Exploration is kind of an investigation by going forward. You explore like Columbus explored unknown lands. So that's the terminology. Exploitation is when during exploration you arrive in orbit and start exploiting the systems you built there, the systems which make it livable. The word utilization in English means is scientific utilization. So doing something for research purposes. So a utilization program in space station terminology means that this is how you do it for research purposes. Again, it's a term. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm fully with you on the semantics. And operations, you could wonder if the word operations is applicable. Operations is yet again something else. It's a term in the space world, which means that you operate a facility, you have an operational timeline, you have an operational routine, you have operational requirements. So it's more practical, it's more down to earth. So that's simply for information. Then it's totally with you to decide if you want to stick to the terminology adapted in the community, or if you choose to define your own, our own terms. If we want it or not, we do operate things a lot from English, so it's a fact of life. So if you decide then to apply new terms, then my recommendation would be also to write definitions of those terms to avoid future confusion, because we start talking with space world, and when my experience is when you talk to people, you get further if you speak their language. So to avoid confusion in terminology would be necessary, and if we go different terminology for the discussed purposes and reasons, then I suggest we remain very, very strict and accurate in definitions. That's my suggestion to those who deal with the letter rather than the spirit of the document. Now, I would like to ask Linda to share the screen with the Constitution. Again, for the letter of the document, since we are talking about, to bullet 3, please. Item 3, bullet 1, since we are talking about peaceful use of outer space. So once and for all, my recommendation would be simply to refer to the item 3, bullet 1 of the Declaration of Unity. The goal of Asgardia are peace and space. So whatever we discuss is correct, but in a way it's already totally institutionalized in Asgardia environment. So I would like to draw your attention. I recommend that we reference it, and that will make everything crystal clear. One other thing I would like to ask Linda to share is Article 25. It's called Space Fleet. So this Space Fleet article defines what Asgardia does with space threats. Again, all the debate is interesting, and it's important to share opinions. And once it comes to practicality of everything what we address, the easiest would be then is to refer to this article if you choose to develop and elaborate further. And then with the reference to this article, it might be an easier task you are setting in front of yourself. So I just wanted to draw your attention to the letter of what we're doing. And what concerns, Linda, thank you, that's all I wanted to share. And what concerns the comment of Ariadne, I totally agree, space environment and ecological way of living in general is something which is our responsibility. At the same time, I would suggest also that we differentiate what is our task and what is, boundaries we set for ourselves. Our purpose remains birth of first human child in space. So we are active in the area of human space flight and exploration. And the ways of doing it are research and activities in 3 key areas defined by our head of nation: artificial gravity, protection from space radiation, and space embryology. So that's where we are active. Then, in line with the Space Fleet article, as you can see, we're doing things to protect ourselves, to ensure our safe and continuous life in space. However, further proactive activities at the moment are not in our scope. So I would rather suggest, it's up to you of course, to keep things as they are, focus Space Activities Act, when it comes to its proactive part, to our core goal, birth of the first human child in space, and for the rest, define our core values of basically being responsible humans. And our core values are also defined in the Constitution and in the Declaration of Unity. And again, I would emphasize again, I agree with the spirit of everything what has been said here. I'm purely suggesting that this may be helpful when it comes to putting things in writing. And also, Luca, I agree with you, if you have a chance, compliments to Sergei Krichevsky, who was one of the initiated of this excellent document. That's all from me.
Thank you, Prime Minister Luca.
Thank you. And there's not much to answer, just thank you very much, Lena. That's very helpful. At this point, I wonder what should we do, Lembit. So we have a few proposition for a few changes, which are mostly, I wouldn't say clerical, but in the wording to make it more correct. And some of those are still I'm not sure 100% which way we should go. To, let's say, in response to Lena comment, I think I would be inclined to use the terminology that is currently used by the space community, the one she was referring to, and we might as well include all the 4 points in that definition at the beginning of the act, which are exploration, utilization, and operation. We might want to use the 4 of them, maybe, but I will probably, maybe we need to debate a little bit about this. I'm not sure how to proceed about that. And same about
I have a
the
suggestion.
inclusion.
Luca,
go on,
just on that one, what I suggest we do, after this item, we will have a break. And then when we come back, I would like you to suggest specific wording. And then if people agree, then we're passing the document on the basis of the specific improvements that you're making. So we'll have the long break after this because we're roughly halfway through. So when we finish this debate and after Sergey, Ricky, Jakob, and anybody else speak, we'll have 30 minutes. Well, I'll probably make it 25 minutes actually for the break. Would that be long enough for you to find specific form of words?
Say it again. The last sentence.
Would 30 minutes be long enough?
If someone else yes.
Okay.
If someone can stay in this channel and help me with the language, that would be feasible.
Okay. So we keep the channel open always. So if you want to make an input, then do that. Also, I will be available as well.
Thank you.
As always, I need the first 15 minutes to pick up with my staff, but after 15 minutes. So if we finish at say 14:45 UTC, then I can join you at 1500, and then I really only want to have a 25-minute break, so then we'll start at 15:10. That's what I'm guessing. It'll be roughly like that.
Okay, yeah, I think it can work for me. And as about including references to articles of the Constitution, this is definitely feasible. I'm not sure if we should do that throughout the the act for all possible points where this is feasible, or maybe just the 2 you were mentioning because they are extensively discussed already in the Constitution. If Lena, if you suggest that those 2 points will be enough, that will probably make it easier. Otherwise, I'm not sure that's so quick. If you need to make reference to the Constitution in every single point in the act, that might require more time. So just let me know what you think is best way to do that.
Thank you. I do want to get this third reading through today, so let's use the break to get the wording right.
Okay.
We can talk about the timing in a short while. Sergey, then Ricky, then Jakob. Sergey.
Уважаемые коллеги, Dear colleagues, good day. I personally know Sergei Krzyzewski very well, the author of this legislation. He's a cosmonaut of Russia and a researcher, and I know all the stages of creating this law, of this act, of this legislation about the space activity. This is a key legislation of Asgardia as the first space nation of the Earth. According to the Constitution, I emphasize it, according to the Constitution, that's why it's very important to take into account Lena the winner's amendments. And I support them. If they're included, then I support this legislation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Luca. Another vote for support there. Let's go to Ricky.
Yes, Chair. I agree with Lena also, but I also agree that if we are going to change words, which I think personally, I think they should be changed, there should be a definition associated with that word, maybe down in a annex or whatever with the proposal. On 9.3, I was thinking part of it could be changed to the promote the peaceful and non-militarization of space and its use as a possible rewrite on that. And also too, when I find it helpful that when somebody has done legislation, or like if I've written something, I will reference the Constitution so that they know what part that area is coming from and what influences it. So then that way they have a better understanding of the thought process or the process for putting the legislation together. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca.
Yes, thanks, Ricky. I think if you might want to stay later for helping out with the rephrasing on 9.3, that would be good. In the chat, there were a couple of propositions for new versions, and I guess we can easily converge to some version. About the Constitution, the citation to the Constitution, yes, I do agree in general, and I would agree in particular for this legislation as well. But for some reason, which I don't know, Sergei Krzyzewski decided not to go that way, and I respected his choice. So, but I guess we can do a little bit of that as per Lena's suggestion and Sergei Morozov endorsement. But yeah, probably it might be a bit, I don't know, complicated to go through all of possible citation, because as I say at the beginning, there's nothing but space basically in the Constitution. So every single step of this legislation should be referred back to the Constitution. We might want to add one initial sentence that broadly and generically refers to the Constitution, but yeah, I wonder if that's actually useful if it's too generic. But yeah, we might do that. Thank you, Ricky, as always.
Thanks, Luca. Agent Mulder.
Yes, hello, thank you. It is great that we here discuss and make some modifications to, for example, the Space Activities Act. It would be good to briefly discuss or explain the procedure for such modifications, since this is the third reading. A while ago, with a few colleagues, among others Teresa Jones, who is currently present, we wrote a draft version of a Asgardian standard on parliamentary document management. You can find this standard in the website of the Asgardia Institute of Standards. I'll put the link in the chat in a minute. The document can be downloaded there. It would be good to have a discussion on this parliamentary document management and its procedures, not now, of course, but in some later meeting. Because in the past we have done it in such a way that when we have a third reading and there were no comments, then it would be accepted. At least it would be sent to head of nations to be accepted via decree. And now we are making modifications. So we are there is something about that in this standard that we discussed. So it might be good to explain that a bit and maybe discuss later in our next session.
Yeah, let's do that after today, once we got this legislation in place. Luca?
Yeah, I think Jacob is proposing something that should be done. Since this is not the first time that this happens, we might want to have a procedure in place. Just for this specific case, I think all the changes are not really regarding the content, but just the form, which is important. Of course, I agree with that. But they are probably so minor in some sense that, I mean, they can be, it's about language mostly. So they can be, in this particular case, that might not need to be discussed in depth once we decided and we agree on those. So yeah, but I agree that we should have a procedure in place.
Thank you. I think that's everybody. Very good debate. Very interesting. Luca, last word to you before I summarize and then we take a break.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for all the questions. That was an ocean of questions today, and that demonstrates a lot of interest in the topic. And of course, because you're Asgardians, you should be interested in space. So I'm very glad to go on, and please, we're gonna try to make it a little bit better in the next half an hour, at least in the couple of points that were raised. So after that, and maybe Lembit will tell us how to do that. Maybe I can just copy and somewhere the new sentences, or just read them quickly and see if everybody agrees with that. Probably there's no need or time for going into a deep discussion into that. So maybe it should be quick, but I will try to take everything on board. And if someone can stay again in the break time to help with that, maybe Brian, who raised the point first, could stay if he's not too busy. And we can try to fix it. Other than that, I just hope this passes. I think Sergei Krichenski deserves it. And looking forward to the next pieces of work on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Luca. Thank you, everyone. Here's the process. Jason said he'll agree to stay. Jason has put his words in the chat, and I think it's all there. What I suggest, I just need about 10 minutes just to talk to the team. I'll rejoin. We're going to have a break now until 1500 UTC, so 23 minutes, 25 minutes. That's all we need. This is the main break. What I think, Luca, is if you can write down the specific form of words, we can trust you. If you read it out, then when we get back, then if people agree, then we'll make the modification, and that's what we are voting on. One of the nice things about Asgardia's parliament is we're still human, and we never have a computer says no. We never have a computer says no situation. So I think that now, I know means you have to work in the break, Luca, but so will I. So those people who want to make the input now, I will rejoin probably in about 7 or 8 minutes, actually, maximum 10. Let's get the words right, and then Luca can read them out to us at 1500 UTC. Would that be okay with you, Luca?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's going to be okay. I'm gonna need 5 minutes break anyway, and then I'll be back.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll start the debate with Luca at 14:45 UTC. That's in 7 minutes. That'll give us 15 minutes. We'll get it right. We'll get it sorted out. It'll be fine. Thank you, everybody. Just briefly to tell you where we are in the process. We're currently in a situation where we've done most of the well, we've done most of the legislative work. After this break, sorry, I'm just going to see somebody's microphone is open at the moment. Let me just get back to this. Let's see. Okay, right. So after this break, we come back to look at a very short thing, which is the editorial amendments to the Asgardia Government Act and the Asgardia Act on Acts. It's just a technical thing. That will not take long. Then I'll explain the process for the selection of committee chairs, which happens tomorrow, and you will then be able to either agree or disagree with that. It's a straightforward procedure, which I will explain. Then we move to the appointment of ministers with the Prime Minister. Then there's a fairly short item on list of information for verification. And then we close today. I guess that we will be finished at, I think this will take us a maximum of 3 more hours. So if we start at 1500 UTC, I think we'll be finished by 1800 UTC. That would be my guess, but we have till 2000 UTC if we need it. But I think we'll probably be finished in 3 hours, maximum 4. Great, let's take a break. It's now going to be, I'm going to say till 15:05, so 25 minutes, 15:05. But if you come back before, well, don't switch off, don't leave. 15:05 we'll start, and then we'll work right through to the end. Okay, I'm going to put these off as always. I'll be back in a few minutes. Luca, just rejoin whenever you can, and we'll wait for you.
Yeah, it'll be 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. See you all in a few minutes. I'm putting this off, but I will be. Thanks for that, Rebecca.
is anyone online right now that wants to help out with the document?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks, guys.
I'm here too.
Oh, there's plenty. Great, excellent, and all of them English mother tongue speaker. So probably the best is I share the document if I find it in. Let me check it. I need to find it.
Luca, could you put the document onto the Slack again, and I can read through it again more carefully, please?
Give me a few seconds. I'll do it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
I'm putting it in the second sitting channel, okay?
Thank you.
While you're doing that, I put the Oxford definition of exploitation.
I read that.
Okay. And that's part of the reason is that if we do have these external sources, I greatly appreciate the comment that the Prime Minister made about using language that is already existing in agreed upon terms. Unfortunately, sometimes from the original intention, sometimes things have changed over time. And I think as part of the opportunity to eliminate some of the potential misinterpretation of individuals not currently in the space arena that may be looking at this from separate viewpoints, I appreciate your concept of simply changing it to responsible use and eliminating the term exploitation because its current version has enough negative connotation that even if it's not intended, why go there? I'm not sure it adds enough to the document to be worth the potential controversy. So that's my initial thought.
I think I can see your point, Brian, and I tend to agree. But once again, I'm not English native, so I might miss in the grasp here. In the definition you put in the chat, you copied to the dictionary definition, and there are two different possibilities. One is negative, use of misuse of some and mistreatment of something or someone, and the second one is the more technical one Lena was referring to, basically, and which is used by NASA, ESA, and other agencies. So when a word has two meanings, one of the two meanings, there's no negative connotation to it. Just one of the two has a negative connotation. So either
in most of the world, to the average person, they're going to look at the negative, is what they're going to do. And even here in the Philippines, that word is a very negative word.
Don't forget that this is a piece of legislation, which is something which is a bit more
technical
than for general use. It's not like outreach journal or paper. It's something that should be a bit technical and specific. There's no bad into that, and that's why I suspect Lena was suggesting to use the more technical.
That's why I suggested putting the annex with the word and its meaning.
You want to put an annex with exploitation, for example. You use exploitation and use and define that, or another word. What are we referring to?
Or like if you're going to use if you're going to keep it within the language of what's accepted in the space community, because when an average person reads it, it's going to read different. But if you put, you got the word and the asterisk indicates going to an annex, and then they can see what it is, like Mina suggested. If you're going to do that, then, it might be best to put an explanation. That's why I suggested, doing it in an annex to the document.
sorry, and just one quick reply to Ricky, and then I'll give you word.
Okay.
In this, you're seeing my screen, I guess, right? So there are two definitions here. Will that be okay? And Brian, this is mostly for you because Ricky is proposing the thing, so it's mostly asking your opinion, Brian. Would it be okay to use the 4 words that Lena has used: exploration, utilization, exploitation, operation, and then add here 4 definitions for those in the technical terms? I don't know if you have time for that and if it's easy to do, but it's one possibility. Or we just add the definition for exploitation, which is the one that has some ambiguous connotation. Or we just drop it and go with a more general just use, basically. Okay, sorry. Before you respond, maybe Ariadne wanted to say something. Maybe. Sorry, Brian.
Ok, Luca, te lo voy a decir en español.
Yeah.
Recuerdo que al iniciar una propuesta legal, la justificación o paraguas de la propuesta es los puntos que va a cubrir y que refieren a la Constitución. O sea, como la justificación. O sea, antes del preámbulo poner de acuerdo a estos puntos de la Constitución de Asgardia, y ya después que son estos puntos, se define la primicia y la definición. Pero lo primero que tiene que estar después de poner quienes hicieron la propuesta es colocar de acuerdo a la Constitución y los puntos, o sea, como lo señaló Lena acerca de Space Fleet o algo así, poner esos puntos, entonces ya sin tocarlos porque son los constitutivos. Y ya abajo vas poniendo todo lo que justifica, lo que cubre tu paraguas. El paraguas es tu Constitución. Es un comentario, no sé cómo lo ves.
Lo veo pero creo que está ya hecho, ¿no? Porque mira aquí esta frase que está, si ves en mi pantalla, que debería estar cubierto ya.
Sí, de hecho está cubierto, nada más.
Bien. Solamente necesitamos llamar los puntos.
Ajá.
Sí. Okay, sorry about that. Brian, you can come back.
So I think that, so when I look at the law, I would ask first, is the word necessary in order to accomplish the goal of the law? And in this particular case, if the word exploitation is removed, I don't think it will detract from the goal of the law, and it does not eliminate anything that later on is proposed or done by the law, because the very definition or the positive definition of exploitation includes the word use of and benefit of. So because of that, I would say drop the exploitation, specifically because I don't believe it's a necessary word to convey the components. Exploitation can be used later on in anything else defined or referred to as a synonym, but I don't think it adds enough to this particular law. So I would say just drop it and eliminate the controversy entirely, and I don't think it detracts from it. It still takes into consideration the Prime Minister's understanding of this as parallel to existing space law and accepted terminology, but I'm not sure that by removing it from our piece of legislation that it causes any conflict with that or problems. It just recognizes that there is another version that could be seen as negative, and it's not necessary for the law. So any unnecessary words, I'm all opposed. I'm all for just dropping.
Peter, I agree with him.
Okay, thanks, Brian. I tend to agree. Let me just listen to Ricky and then Bell. And hello, Bell. Welcome.
Yeah, in the Act on Acts, I can't recall the exact section, but there is reference to keeping laws as understandable as possible. So if taking that word out doesn't change the meaning of what you wrote, then okay. But at the same time, if you leave the word in, still suggest, put an asterisk next to it somewhere so that, they know, well, go down here and see what their meaning of it is. Which Lena suggested to do, put a little directory for the explanations, for the definitions at the end of the document. But also in the active acts, it does say, like I said, I don't recall the exact section, but that the terminology be made as clear as possible so that there's no misunderstandings when the legislation's put forward, population reads it, and everything else. And then when the ministry gets it, it's just, it's in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. Yeah, very clear. Ben.
Hi, sorry, man. I just came back from another meeting, so this is my first session. How are you doing?
Everything is very well. Thank you. What about you?
Okay. Great. Okay, so I'm coming in the middle of the conversation, but the word exploitation definitely has the connotation of unfair benefit or unfair usage. So I do agree with what Ricky has just said. Either have a table of definitions or remove the word because the word use, like Brian has said, is already in there. And I understand the use of the word exploitation here, but if you translate it into Russian or you translate it into Spanish or you translate it into Chinese, it might actually come out completely different based on what the intent is of the translator or what the translator reads in there. So I would definitely and use and then that out, yeah. Because I think what we're dealing with here is because the original author is not the translator, somebody else is interpreting what the author is trying to convey. And what Ricky is definitely saying is true, is I understand that the Act on Acts does say somewhere laws are written for the average person, not for the legalese of it, and it must be as understandable as possible. So that's just my contribution. So thank you very much for allowing me to contribute.
Thank you, Ben. It's always welcome. And just to put you today, that was in response first to Brian and other people requested to remove exploitation, with which I was agreeing very well, I would say. But then Lena pointed out that exploitation is one technical word that is in use in the space agencies and in the space documentation because it's technically well defined. But yes, I think I do agree, and I think we all agree, so maybe we can move forward, that in this case it's not necessary. And I suggest now this version, for the purpose of exploration and use of outer space and space resources. I think it's, do we all agree on that?
Yeah. You see, the reason why I agree with this version is even though exploitation might be technically correct within the science or the space arena, everybody that's reading this, like Ricky said, is not space people. And if you go and look in any dictionary for the explanation of the word exploitation, they start first with with a negative and then the positive. So it's definitely the negative is much more in the public mind than the positive part of the word. Yeah.
Yeah, this is was Brian was suggesting. So yeah, okay. I guess we don't have much time, so we need to move forward. Thanks, and this is fix it unless someone has any objections. And the second point was to rephrase Jason's proposal for a 9.3 point. Ben, you might not heard about that before. Let me pull it out. Yeah. So the original proposal was to say something. Actually, this was already modified with respect to the previous. Sorry. But it's something that has to convey the message that Asgardia promotes transparent, peaceful, and demilitarized activity in space. Maybe demilitarized here might be come out a bit strong, so we might want to stick to something softer. Anyone just go either.
We have to know that in every country we different language, form of saying things, and we gotta get used to it. So Ascandia Space Nature has to not be eccentric of that. But in some points, they gotta adapt to our language and other ones that we're gonna add it in our constitution, because our constitution still being amended and having some acts or act, being fixed a little bit. But I don't see too much problem in that. It depends on the country of each one. Because here in the United States, it happens in every town. There's different language, there's different tone of speaking, and there's different saying things like that. I could say, "Oh man," and for us it's good, but for other countries it's bad. It's how you say asqueroso, or very nasty. But for us, it's okay. It depends on how it's writing and how it's saying.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, definitely true. Yeah, that's why we need to be careful. Yeah, so yeah.
Hey, Luca.
Hey, John. But
I
John,
have one suggestion. Yeah. Well, really, you don't need to. I would think you don't need to say demilitarized, because you pretty
I
much
agree.
you pretty much say that when you say peaceful.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when you say promote, I would say Asgardia promotes transparent, peaceful, safe activities in space and space activities or space resources.
Let's hear what Ben has to say, and then maybe I ask you to repeat this, John. Keep it in mind. Ben.
Okay, thank you very much. I would remove the words transparent and safe activities. Because if we want to promote something, we have to have the capacity to do that. Okay. Peaceful, our constitution says peaceful use in space. Okay. Peaceful use of space. Peaceful use of space doesn't say there's no military in space, because the military might be used to keep the peace in space. We cannot guarantee safe activities. So we can promote safe activities, but if we want to explore, it's never safe. If you want to be safe, you sit in home within a bunker and you have air piped in through a filter and somebody testing your food. Otherwise, it's never safe. And if we're going to play safe, we're going to never be able to expand our envelope of what we know in space. And transparent, you can't be transparent, because are you denying people to have intellectual IP in space? Must they share everything? Can't people have a business process or rule which they want, which is not transparent, but which gives them an edge over somebody else? So I would say only Asgardia promotes peaceful use in space, specifically like the Constitution says it. In fact, we can look at the Constitution and duplicate it directly. It says.
Quick question: is this meeting just for parliamentarians?
No. The people who have the vote are parliamentarians, but everyone can contribute, and I've got no problem with that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so sorry, who asked that? I didn't see.
That was Daniel.
Oh, Mr.
Daniel.
iPhone.
Okay. So in the Constitution it says to ensure permanent peace in space. We cannot try and promote anything more than that. So you've got my rationale behind that. So I wouldn't put transparent and safe activities in there, because it's not something we can actually do anything about. But we can promote peace in space. That's actually something we can do.
So okay. you will agree with Lena that we just quote maybe this item in the Declaration of Unity in the Constitution, and yes. In that same, so we could literally add it here. Where is it? Here. something like
Asgardia promotes peaceful
3.1.
activities in space.
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah.
Peaceful
That's my
activities in space.
suggestion. I don't
Is
have
that-
a vote on it, but it's my suggestion, yeah.
Just a question on English. Is that form correct, or it should be modified somehow?
No, that's fine. The language is fine.
Okay. Okay.
I think, yeah. How much more time do you need for this? Do you think, Luca?
So if I add this here and then the space fleet, I refer to the Constitution up there to respond to Lena. I think we're done if we agree on this version.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Ricky?
why Ben gets all the big bucks, because he has the great success.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree also.
Okay. So I think we are ready. Yeah.
Nice work. Thank you. Let's go with that. Let's not overanalyze. It's going to be fit for use. Thanks, Luca.
Do you need me to go through it for all the parliament, or don't need to that?
I'm comfortable with it.
Okay.
If anybody wants to hear the details, raise your hand now. I think that
Please
most people...
remove my name from it. I just contributed, not my suggestion.
You don't want your name in the law, I guess. So
No, they won't be in the law, don't worry. Are you embarrassed? You should be embarrassed about the lack of bath plugs in your hotels, Ben.
And just because it's very quick, I'm going to mention that we have decided to remove the word exploitation in the 1.1. And that's it.
I think you're right about that. Exploitation is ambiguous and it's often regarded as a negative.
And that's it. Then I will add the two constitutional references Lena was suggesting, and this is how it is. Thanks, everybody.
Or exploitation. I think extraction or exploitation in the mine. Minerals.
We don't use more general as possible. Use, that's it.
Yes.
You don't need to have activities twice there. Technically, you can just say space activities related to the use of space technologies. Just a bit tied here.
Okay, thank you everybody for helping out.
Thank you. We've got those words. If you change those, we're voting on the modified version. There are small changes. I trust Luca, and that was a very good debate, a lot of which I heard. Jakob.
Slightly continuing on what we just discussed, all the words and so on, I also put it in the chat. It might be an idea if there is somewhere a dictionary with space words, a space dictionary or whatever, it might exist somewhere. You never know. Then and if it is really widely accepted, worldwide accepted, then it might be an idea to create an Asgardian standard to reference it. I don't know whether such a dictionary exists, but it's always wording is always very important. And if we once and for all can define something, that would be very handy, I guess.
Aliona, please look into whether there's a space dictionary of words.
Oh,
and
Carol.
We can use that.
Carol, yeah, of course. Carol is our yeah, exactly.
Okay, Carol, can you look into that for us, please? Because she is an expert when it comes to books. Okay, Aliona, please make me chase Carol for an answer to that. That's what we need to do. Minister Dell, must be cold there, judging by what you're wearing.
Thank you very much, Jay. I just want to congratulate Luca, but obviously he had experience in doing this, because I remember in Tallinn we also had to do a few quick changes, and also in Vienna a few quick changes, and also on the Executive Congress we had to do a few quick changes. So Luca is quite experienced in this. So congratulations on reusing your skills which you've learned in previous sessions.
And maybe during the panel assessment of NASA projects, which is a little bit more like bigger volume of this, so where executive velocity is required. Sorry, yeah.
Thank you, and definitely I second Ben's emotion there. You are a star player when it comes to the work that we do. Right, let's move on. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. If you've just joined us, this is the second sitting in the second session of Asgardia's Parliament, the first fully functioning digital democracy in human history. You're seeing members of Parliament in real time, unedited, talking about matters which we vote on. Three things to remind you of before we move on. We've now covered the two primary pieces of legislation at third reading. We've also discussed a couple of other matters. What we do next, the next part is straightforward. Two pieces of editorial change, literally just for renumbering. I'm happy to take questions. I'll explain that in a moment. And then we get to some interesting debate about the appointment of ministers. Sorry, the endorsement of the selection of committee chairs. I'll explain that verbally. And I'll explain why you haven't got a document about it. Then appointment of ministers, then a list of information for verification process, which is really a request, then the close of the sitting. I expect that the maximum duration will be 3 more hours, but we have right up until 2000 UTC, so we have 5 hours if we need it. So let me go to the next item then. Oh, sorry, 2 other things. When we finished today, the shortlist of candidates will be those who have reconfirmed today or who have previously confirmed in writing. And I've got the list here for the chairs of committees. So if you did intend to stand, then please let me know. And then the other announcement is that in answer to your question, yes, I do expect there to be a physical sitting for all of us next year. No, I don't know the location yet. When Ben and myself were working together on it, the 3 front-running places were Istanbul. In the end, the 2 front-running places were Istanbul and Tallinn. Istanbul will be one of the options the next time. Somewhere where everyone can come without visa problems and something which is affordable. But let's not discuss that now. Let's get the Executive Congress out of the way in Baku first. Ben. Please look in the chat. Rebecca asked you to lower your mic. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear it now? Is that better? Sorry, I've forgotten it was up. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, Rebecca. I didn't realize this is a new headset. It just feels quite different to the other one, but I do like it. It takes me 1 step closer to space and 1 step closer to bankruptcy as well. But hopefully the sound justifies the investment. Right, so let's move on. Thank you, Ben and Rebecca. What we're doing next is some straightforward amendments. They're really drafting changes. When we changed the Constitution, we changed some of the numbering. So I can tell you all of the editorial amendments to the Asgardia Act on Acts, all that means is that we change the numbers so that when you look at the legislation, you get to the right place. There's nothing more to it than that. I can take any questions on it, but that is simply it. And a big thank you to Linda, who identified what the changes were. Ricky.
Yes, has the amended Constitution been put on the website yet? Because last I looked, it was still the old one.
I have not checked, to be honest with Ricky, but we need to. If it has not, then it's good because we need to get it with the right numbering. Linda, can you make sure that the amended Constitution is put on, assuming that the drafting changes are approved, then it should be ready for use and fit for action. Thanks, Ricky. That's a good point. So, Linda, I'll ask you to organise that to make sure. Any problems, let me know. Any other questions? It's just a renumbering exercise. There's no policy or strategic or philosophical change.
Okay. Thank you. Luke, I can see you sent an email, but I can't look at it now, but I think that's just the amendments that we've just been making. Let me move on to a very similar item, which is the first formal contribution from our Prime Minister, Lena de Winne, editorial amendments to the Asgardia Government Act. Prime Minister, good to see you.
Good to see you too. So I would be a little bit formal about it because actually it is a formal exercise. So Linda, if you could please share my letter. So I have addressed the Chair of Parliament requesting that it's brought forward to your attention. Okay, if we can pause here. Basically here in the text in the second paragraph, I'm listing the articles where the changes are made. The changes are based on the fact that during the editorial review, which was part of the referendum, and Ricky, we will check. I think something might be glitching on your computer. Everything was done in the next couple of days after it was voted last year in September. So the following articles, the names have changed, the numbers have changed, and in the last article, the reference to the age has changed. So Linda, if you could please scroll to the second page. This is basically where it is. It's highlighted in bold. Article about government used to be number 34. Now it's Article 35. So it's first and second amendment, editorial amendment proposal. And if you scroll further down, in the previous version, it was proposed that in the Government Act in line with the Constitution, the third amendment I'm proposing, Linda, it was referring to the age limit in the Constitution, and instead what you see in bold, it's a text from the Constitution that a person applying to be a minister needs basically to be fit for the job, and this is a copy-paste from the Constitution. So by making these three editorial changes, the Government Act is brought in line with the new Constitution, and I'm asking you to vote for this so all our documentation base is in order. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. Any questions on these drafting amendments? Okay, thank you. Ben.
It's not a question, it's a comment. I'm going to post in the chat now a link, which is still a link on Asgardia to the old constitution, and that might be what a lot of us are referencing. But if you go to the link on the new constitution via the menu and the PDF from there, then it's definitely the new constitutional version. But the link I've posted in the chat is still the old constitutional link, which is also available, and that might be where the error is coming from Ricky was referring to.
Thank you, Ben. Rebecca, please urgently into the content chat for Christina to fix and to check if there are any other leftovers anywhere. This is a mistake. Thank you for pointing it out.
Thanks very much. Any other points from anybody? Please do raise your hand now. Okay. Thanks very much. Those may seem small, but they're important because, well, we know what we did. In 20 years' time, people may, or 30 years' time, people may not know what we did, and that can cause all kinds of problems and difficulties. Ben says there's a PDF available that's still the old constitution, but the HTML page and the PDF from there is good. Right, let's just make sure we get all that sorted out. Okay, let's move on. I need to change page, so 1 minute. So we've done 4 and 5. The next is for me to explain the endorsement of the selection of committee chairs. Let me now describe what we're doing and why you have not yet received a piece of documentation about this. The reason is simple. This is a complicated process, and for that reason, I've been trying to make sure that I get this right. And really, it's only been today that I finally got an agreement to the process. Tomorrow, most of the committees will elect their chairs. I have a list of candidates. Once again, this is my last reminder. If you want to stand as a candidate, please reconfirm your candidature. And I can read out at the end of today the people who I have as candidates. When we get to any other business, I'm closing the nomination process. Technically, I closed it before, but I've just given people a chance to come in. Then tomorrow, we will have a series of Zooms, one after the other, and that will be managed by me and one other person, where if there is a contested election or if there is not, each committee will meet in that session, and it will be chaired either by me or, well, Peter, basically, because he's the deputy chair, acting deputy chair of the Justice Committee. If we had the chair of the Justice Committee, I'd use that person. And then the votes will be done in the chat, private chat votes. They will be sent to me or Peter. It's a secret ballot because we do not need to cause anyone any discomfort or problem if there's a vote. That process will happen at the same time as the Parliament is operating. So we will, each committee, it'll take 10 minutes probably maximum for each committee to elect their chair. And at the end of tomorrow, my goal is to have at least 8 committees fully functioning with chairs. Deputy chairs are appointed by the chair. That's been the process. That was the precedent I set back in 2018 in Vienna. So that is the process. If you're on one committee, you cannot vote for another committee chair. You have to be on the committee. Any questions about that? Because that's all this item is. Now, I put it into the record. This is all recorded. So to summarize, just in case anybody has any confusion, each committee will meet one after the other in a Zoom, and either myself or Peter will be there in order to act as the returning officer, basically. Then each individual will vote who's attending for that meeting, and then the decision will be made based on the majority vote. If there is only one candidate, it's a yes/no. If there's more than one candidate, it's between the candidates. Okay, thank you. That's what you're voting for, Ricky?
Yes. For these separate Zooms for each committee, could you please make sure that they're put in our calendars for the given committees?
Yeah. What we'll do this on a rolling basis. It will be the same. We're using the same. Yes, I'm not great on setting these things up, but what will happen is we'll finish, let's say, manufacturing, and then we'll come and invite everybody from the next committee, let's say Justice, to then join that group. So we'll keep. Yes, John, but basically, so Ricky, what we'll do is we'll do it in a very, very hands-on way tomorrow. Okay. So as long as you're physically here, you'll be asked to go to the other one at the right time.
Right.
Yeah, no one's going to be left out as long as you're physically here. And obviously, it's reasonable to expect somebody who wants to be chair to attend the sitting of Parliament. If you're not here, it's difficult to see how you can, unless you have a very good excuse, difficult to see how you can be a chair, because the chairs of committees need to be also able to present on day 3 of each of our sittings. Yeah, so as long as you're here at 1400 UTC tomorrow, the process will definitely work. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Let's therefore move on. Right, the next thing is the appointment of ministers. Just to explain again, each minister is appointed, is approved individually. The proposed appointments are made by the Prime Minister. The approval or rejection is made by Parliament. So you don't have a choice of ministers. You have a choice of saying yes to the minister or no to the minister. And each of the ministers is individually available for voting. Let me put this item over to our Prime Minister, Lena de Winne. Good afternoon again.
And good afternoon again. So I would like to ask Linda to share again my letter. I'm acting in line with the Constitution. Just a quick reminder. So in line with the Constitution, Article 34, Parliament, Item 11B, the competences of Parliament include elections or appointment or removal from the positions for the following positions. And then the second bullet, part of it reads, ministers upon provision by the chair of government. So this is what I'm doing. I'm exercising my obligation as a prime minister to submit for your review a list of candidacies which I propose for you to vote on. So the full list you see in front of you. And also, Rebecca, if you would please post in the chat the link for everybody's convenience, direct link on the website of Asgardia to the government page. On that page, if you scroll a little bit down, you would see the same ministers. You would see the pictures. Thank you, Rebecca. So this is the same cabinet as we had in the second term. We had a meeting. We attended ALF session on your invitation, on the invitation of the chairman of parliament, and each minister there made a presentation. And therefore, I would today do as planned, totally formal appointment from my side, and I will go through the list, and that's it basically. After I'm done with my very brief presentation, it's of course up to you to debate, but that's what this point of agenda is about. So for the Minister of Justice, I propose Mark Beer. Again, those who worked with him in the Justice Committee would have met him closely under his initiative, and with his close participation, already some key legislation has been proposed and developed and passed through. And he is a prominent lawyer active on the international arena. For the Minister of Science, I propose Professor Dr. Floris Woutz. He is one of the world leading scientists in the area of human physiology research in space. If you follow Asgardia news, you would have seen in the recent news the nomination he got for the most compelling research on board the ISS from one of the most sophisticated ISS research conferences, which took place in Seattle in August. It's really a great recognition. Rebecca, you can actually post the link to that article where we celebrate the achievement of Flores. So Ben Dell, Minister of Trade and Commerce. Again, Ben was originally in Parliament, was a chair of Foreign Affairs Committee, Citizenship Committee. He was deputy chair of Parliament until I succeeded in stealing him to government, where I find myself very lucky, and Lambert not so lucky, but there we have it. And so Ben has been active in the area of business development. He was the first person to put forward the website asgardia.trade. So he's putting forward an infrastructure. He has established starshop.com. It's micro, mini, nano Amazon. You might say it doesn't have a lot of products, but it's actually a full infrastructure where if you as a shop want to sell the infrastructure there, you can go and contract and be a marketplace within the Star Shop eco environment. So Ben is vote for Ben. Cheryl Gallagher is Minister of Culture. Again, Rebecca, if you could please post a link about the most recent achievement of Cheryl. She was on European tour with her art performance, and she also helped Egbert Edelbrook. Many of you might know him. He was in the former parliament. His company, Spaceborne United, is active in space embryology research. Cheryl specifically provided support to him in doing the work related to his recent test launch. So please vote for Cheryl. Ivan Russell, he's been Asgardia activist from day one. He's been a very successful city representative while he was working in Malaysia. Then he returned back to his home country, France, and He's been a Minister of Citizenship. Again, I can't think of a better person to do the job. Ivan is very closely involved with the community. He knows personally many people. He meets them during his work travel, which he does for his own work or personal interest. He always takes time to meet Asgardians wherever he goes. So again, for me, he's a very correct, the most appropriate candidate for this position. Please vote for Ivan. Dennis Shoemaker, I recommend to continue as Minister of Information and Communication. Again, he was with Asgardia Parliament, started being an activist before first Parliament was formed, was the chair of Infocom Committee, remained closely involved in cooperation with, at the time, Navid Basseri, who took his position in Parliament as the chair of the committee. He developed Asgardia TV site, so you know by now that everything you discuss is broadcast on Asgardia TV. He's developed Asgardia Social. The work is still ongoing. So please support my suggestion that Dennis continues in this role. Then Profir, I recommend to continue and extend as Minister of Youth and Education. He's a prominent educator who has been active in this domain for many years. He's been doing, along with many other people, actually, I didn't mention this before, all the colleagues have been holding webinars for public engagement in the areas of responsibility. So Dan also has been involving colleagues from different countries to take forward the ideas of alternative education and how education transcends nations and cultures, which in case of Asgardia is of course very important. Please vote for Dan. Jennifer Gligorich, again, she started in Parliament, was very active. I succeeded in stealing her, sorry about that. So Jennifer is continuing her work in equity and resources. This is not an easy task because, of course, equity effectively is property, and sometime we will own real physical property in space, and all the preparation needs to be done to that purpose. In the meantime, she is also cooperating with everything to do with promotion and trade development, because of course there are various ways of being where property can be placed. It can also be a digital property. It can also be a resource of some kind, which is exercised through digital means. So again, she's very creative and very active in this domain. Michael Quirino, I stole from Parliament. He was the chair of Safety and Security Committee, so he maintains his close links, cooperates very well with the committee in its current form. He himself is an expert in cybersecurity, which is particularly crucial for our digital state because our assets and our communications are first of all in the cyber environment. Mark Bogan, I recommend to continue as Minister of Finance. And with this recommendation, you all know him. You see him every time when we have financial presentations or financial briefings. He is active in developing concepts. He contributed a lot to developing National Currency Act and all the other things which relate to the documents on finance, and active in structural and practical terms when it comes to ministerial work. And Jakob Mulder, Minister of Manufacturing. Again, you know Jakob very well. He was in Parliament. And Lambert, you should look into this. I'm doing something definitely better than you. And that I succeed in stealing.
Yeah, I'm giving you I'm giving you all these people. That's what's happening.
You are lucky. I ran out of vacancies.
I give you everything, you give me nothing.
Well, at least the way you can Luca discussion, speak now, I bit my tongue not to say or forever hold your peace. So anyway, Jakob also was remaining as a representative, as a liaison between the government and the parliament in the former parliament and government. Now I would like to suggest, once this session is over and once you have completed your voting, so if you approve Jakob as a minister, then my next recommendation would be, but this is not a formal thing, it's between me and Lembit, but just that you know, my next recommendation would be that when all the ministers are appointed and all the chairs of the committees are finalized on your site, so the structure is fully established, I would then again recommend that Jakob is welcomed as a liaison to government by parliament. That would be the next step after this nomination list is completed. So for formal purposes, that's all I have to say. We as government, well, I am a prime minister since you voted for me the last time. Thank you very much for your trust. All the government was working in this period in line with the instruction from the head of nation to keep in the acting positions, not to interrupt the work. We work in line with the Article 35 of the Constitution government, in line with the Government Act, and in line with the ministerial codes. And all this you can also find, they are published on the government page, which Rebecca already posted for you in the chat when I started this talk. That's all from me. If there are any questions to me, but again, they are organizational. I am open to taking questions, but for the rest, I step out and now this is your debate. Ministers are not part of this debate.
Thank you very much indeed. Any questions or comments from colleagues? To be clear then, you're being asked to reappoint the existing ministers who have reapproved the existing ministers who you previously appointed. Just to also explain that, as you heard, many of the ministers came from Parliament, and that will be an opportunity which will continue into the future. Had Phil Appleby not died, he was going to be the first minister to come back into Parliament. He'd been elected to Parliament and was going to continue as an AMP. So it can work in both directions. Ada. Ada?
Good evening, good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, congratulations to all of them. I agree with all of them and welcome back. They all came from Parliament.
That's good.
Yeah, that's very great, for us. Happy to see all of them back. And I hope next year, next 5 years, they will be all together again. So
Thank you for that, Ada. Yes, we had trouble setting up the government. It was really complicated, more complicated than any of us realized. And we did it. And I'm glad to see that the same people will, if you choose them individually, will be able to continue to serve. Alex, then Sanat. Alex.
Я полагаю, что у премьер-министра прекрасная команда профессионалов.
I'm sure that the Prime Minister has a wonderful team. I know most of them and worked with them personally, and unfortunately they left the Parliament, and we are orphaned in Parliament. Someone left, someone improved their position, and it tells on the work of the Parliament. But we hope that jointly with the ministers and the government in general, we will continue succeeding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I share that, and I hope that in this Parliament we're going to have even better interaction with our colleagues in the government. Sanat.
I would like to comment to Alex's remark.
Lena, then Sanat. Yeah, go ahead.
So this is not stepping up, this is stepping sideways into another branch of power, because in terms of the status of the minister is the same as the status of the chair of a committee in Parliament.
That's right. Thank you. Well, good point. We think traditionally of ministers as being above AMPs, but actually what Lena says is technically absolutely correct. Let's go to Sanat next. Sanat.
Yeah, thank you, Lembit. My question is, are we not expected to vote for each individual minister or not?
Yes. Yes, we are. If you look at the voting, if you go into the voting section, you'll find it's a yes, no for each individual minister.
Yeah.
And the reason is simple. If you like Minister A but don't like Minister B, Minister A should still be reappointed. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, go on.
No, it does make sense. You have to vote individually.
Yes.
That's what I said. That's what I was saying earlier also, that voting by the parliament is essential for election for a minister. Yeah. So that's what I was saying.
That's exactly what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah. But sir, the way the conversation is going, it seemed as if it was an en bloc thing. So that's not it.
No, it's not on block. The Prime Minister introduced each minister individually,
that's
each
right.
candidate.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
The difference is for the committee chair process, which I have been working on, we're voting for the process there. But for the ministers, we're voting for the individuals.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this? Okay. Sanat again. Yep.
No. I was lowering my hand. Thank you.
No, sorry, I'd already lowered it. So yeah. Just the process usually is once you start speaking, I tend to lower your hand so that I know where we stand with the process. So what happens next is you have 11 ministers to consider. We still need to find a foreign affairs minister, but you have 11 ministers to consider. And please vote yes, no, or I don't know. This is the longest list of voting that we've ever had, by the way. But that's understandable because we're doing something for the first time, which is the reappointing a government. We've not done that before. Anybody else for anything? Okay, thank you. I'll just mention Phil one more time. It's an indication of how good a family we are that we all knew Phil, and many of us did. And the fact he's not here makes a practical difference. Sometimes in politics, I felt I was just a small cog in a big machine. But Asgardia does not treat people like cogs. We treat people like people. And so the government and the parliament work together as humans. One of the big advantages of the size of our parliament, which is roughly the same size as the Parliament of Estonia, which has 101 members of parliament. We have 150. You know each other personally. And because we do not have party politics, it means we can actually do our job really well without other people getting in the way or destroying us in the process. And without conflicts in Asgardia that do not help Asgardia. Back to you, Prime Minister, just to conclude, and then we move on.
Well, for me, I actually have said everything. If you have no questions to me, then I switch off. If you still hold the debate, I'm not part of the debate. I'm only here if there are questions specifically to me.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you in that case. Let's move on.
Closing word, vote yes for everybody.
Yeah. I think people can guess that's what you want.
Thank you. For those who don't know me, I can be very persistent and persuasive.
Which is an advantage. I can confirm that. And for me, that is a blessing, not a curse.
I wouldn't ask you for good things. I would never ask you for something which is not good for Asgardia.
Oh, I agree with you as well. And you make work the path of least resistance sometimes, which is very good for me. Right, let's move on then. We've got two other items. So go on. Let's move on. The next thing is a request to list of information for verification process. Most AMPs are now verified. I've been doing it, and Lena's been doing it, and Peter's been doing it. There's a small number of people who are authorized to do the verification. My request to you is please respond if you have not yet been verified, because we need to get that fixed. It's it's a difficulty. It's not an emergency, but it's really important we get this done. What I need from everybody is your private email address, non-Asgardia email address, so that we can get in touch with you if we can't get in touch with you through the Asgardia one. We need your telephone number, because I often do call individual AMPs, as Sarah and John can confirm from earlier on today, and Peter, and many others actually. And your postal address, because sometimes we post things out to you in the old-fashioned physical way. So your copy of room perhaps sometimes, and other documents as well. It might be that we send you this, for example. So we need those three things. I will send an email. If Aliona can remind me, I'll send an email after we finish tomorrow. Private email address, telephone number, and postal address. I will also be asking for information about qualifications. We like to keep a record of the qualifications of our AMPs. So, Aliona, if you can remind me, I'll put that in there as well. It'll take you 3 minutes to respond. 3 minutes. Please do it. We do need this. And it takes my staff time and effort when you don't reply quickly. We need to get those replies as quickly as we can, please. Any questions on that? Okay, then we move to any other business. Let me read to you the people who... I've got 3 bits of any other business. Let's start with the first one. Tomorrow we're going to have a process to elect the chairs of most committees. I'll read to you the names of the people who I have here. If I've missed somebody, then please tell me now. Tomorrow we will have, each committee will meet in a Zoom, and the voting will be to me as the returning officer, or potentially to Peter as the returning officer, except for one committee where he's standing himself. So it's a secret ballot, but we'll do it in that way. The reason it's a secret ballot is because I don't want to cause any discomfort, any problem for anybody. We all have to work together afterwards. So I'm hoping that people will accept that that's a reasonable way of doing it. That process should take very little time for most committees, and we might not get everything done tomorrow. My aim is to have 8 committees fully functioning. We do not elect the deputy chair tomorrow. That is an appointment made by the chair. So all we elect tomorrow is the chair. Any questions on that before I read the... let me read the list and then I'll ask any questions. These are the people who have confirmed in writing. And if I have missed you, then please raise your hand. It's fine. There's no problem with this. Let me read to you who I have as the list of candidates who have applied in writing. I know we discussed this a little bit at the last digital sitting, but I did ask for written requests for applications. And if I have missed it, then please do tell me. Information and communications, we have Ross Cheesewright. Citizenship, Bridget Kellis Fetik. Foreign Affairs, we have Ferda Enan. Justice, we have Peter Morn and Joshua Carter. Trade and Commerce, John Fine. Science, Luca Suisavalvo. Youth and Education, we've got Corner Olivier. Culture, we have Uga Aiden. Safety and Security, Ricky Sickles. Finance, Alexander Rizzi. Equity and Resources, Ria Dell. Manufacturing is still open. I know I need to speak to you separately, Gottfried. I'll call you afterwards. So don't worry, we'll talk about that in a minute. Gottfried Lumpy may be also a candidate in one of those committees. Have I missed anybody who has sent me a request or is intending to stand?
Hi, Limbit. This is Daniel. Did you mention me?
Daniel, sorry, go on. Say that again.
Did you mention me for equity?
So you're going for Daniel. Which Daniel is it? Because I can't see.
Ekwevi.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, I've got you here. Yeah, Daniel Ekwevi as well. We have. Sorry, my apologies. My apologies. It's actually written down here. So Equity and Resources, Ria Dell and Daniel Ekwevi.
All right, perfect.
My apologies.
Thank you very
Yes. Sorry, it's on the paper. I just didn't read it out. I'm sorry. You're quite right. So for the avoidance of doubt, for Equity and Resources, Daniel Ekwevi and Ria Dell. Now, the voting will take place tomorrow. I think it's reasonable to expect people who want to vote to attend our digital sitting. I really expect everybody to attend our digital sitting. This does not go into the online voting process because each committee is separate. And to be honest with you, if somebody is not present, then they don't get to vote. That was how it was in British Parliament as well. If you don't show, you don't vote. I think there's an American phrase, you snooze, you lose. So I really expect the electorate to be physically here to make those decisions. Have I missed anybody else or not read anyone else out? Okay, for those committees where, Jakob.
Sorry, I just read in the chat that I heard you say that there was not yet somebody for manufacturing. And of course, I'm very interested in who that would be, being the Minister of Manufacturing. But I read Benedetto saying the word manufacturing in chat. So maybe he is.
Benedetto, I thought you were applying for manufacturing, but you haven't sent me a note. If you are standing for manufacturing, if you can tell me, I'll call you after this. Let me just talk with you. I don't want to put you under pressure. Benedetto, if you can possibly email me your phone number, and then I'll give you a call. My understanding was that you were likely to stand. Hang on a sec. I can hear someone talking. Let me just see. Somebody's. 1 minute. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to. My screen is full of chat. Right.
I think Rebecca mic is open.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's okay. Right, that's okay. Fine. It's all right. She's like many cats and felines. She's attention seeking, but not loyal. Cats are not loyal. They're just attention seeking. Right. So I'm going to, Benedetto, if you can please email me to chair.parliament@asgardia.space your phone number. I'll talk with you. I understood that you wanted to stand as well, but I did not want to put you under pressure. And then Gottfried, I'll call you separately as well, if that's okay. Okay, so that's going to be the list. I will publish the list overnight so that everybody knows. Where there is a contest, then it's a vote between two people. Where there is just one person, it'll be a yes/no by the committee. Thank you for that. Any other questions about this? Good. All right. Then we go to any other business. So be clear, Gottfried, I've got your number. You sent me it. Thank you. Benedetto, if you can send me your number as well. So please, both of you, I'm going to do this as soon as we close today in order to make sure that I have clarity on your intentions. Okay, let me review then. Thank you. That's what I had for this. Oh, Bridget.
As far as any other business, since you said you're moving to ask about that.
Yeah.
With the parliamentarians, there's a lively discussion going on right now on the Slack for the Emergency Parliamentarian Fund. If anyone has any questions about that, the document for it is in the working proposals on Slack. And if anyone has questions, I'm willing to answer it. But in a nutshell is if any parliamentarian is unable for whatever reason to pay the fee, and we certainly don't want to lose any parliamentarians because they're unable to pay the fee, that it would be a 100-euro loan or a 100 solar loan so that they could pay their residence fee as needed. But again, all information is in the proposal, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has. Or some people had talked about adding an interest fee to that, which I myself disagree with, because I always found interest fees to be pretty predatory, which we don't want to do. So if anyone has questions, please feel free.
And I want to do that debate tomorrow. It's great that you've put this up. So tomorrow I would like to discuss this as an additional item, and I want to do this under the opening announcements. So I'll put that in there if that's okay. Ricky, if you do have points, can we do that tomorrow? Would that be okay with you, Ricky?
Yeah.
I can't see. Yeah.
Yes,
So it's a great piece of work. Please have a look at it, and then we can discuss this tomorrow. So thank you. And Bridget does so much work. It's really exceptional, the work that she does, and actually in keeping with citizenship. Ada.
Yeah, I got a very big opinion in that, and I will do it tomorrow also.
Yes, I know you feel strongly about this, so let's have that conversation. And we can have quite a long conversation. We will have time. We will have time to do that. Anything else people need to raise about those points before I go to the rest of the any other business? Okay, let me summarize then. I have a list here of candidates for chair. I'll call Godfrey, and thank you. Benedetta, I've got your number as well. Second, and also Sarah, we'll get you to the right place. Tomorrow we'll work out where health should be. A question for colleagues here. I'm thinking it should probably be under science, but or safety and security, but that doesn't really make sense for safety and security. I think it should be under science, really, or perhaps equity and resources, but we need to decide where we put health, and we need to make that decision tomorrow. We're not going to start a new committee. I'll come to you in a second, Ricky. So wherever health goes, you go as well, Sarah. That's a promise. Ricky.
Yes, there was a letter that I sent to Linda a little while ago. If the committee chairs want to be able to have a meeting with everybody within the committee, will they be able to use the Huddle application on Slack for all the committee members? Because currently it's limited to only 2 people at a time on Huddle.
Let's discuss that tomorrow. So you've asked a question, and tomorrow when we focus on committees, let's answer that question. So I'll ask Linda to give a response to that question tomorrow, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
But Linda, you've got the question, so let's get the answer tomorrow, if that's okay. Okay, so the other 2 things are we need to get everyone verified and signing the non-disclosure agreement, the NDA. A small number of people still haven't done it, some of whom are here. The verification is nearly finished, but we need to get everyone verified. With the NDA, all you have to do is send it back. It'll take you 2 minutes. Please do that. And the final thing is just looking at tomorrow. I expect tomorrow for us to kickstart all of the committees based on what the conversation I have with Benedetta as well. All of the committees, so that we get work plans in place. It's really important because our committee system works very well. We've made some great progress, and this 5 years takes us to space with Asgardia 2 and perhaps Asgardia 3 also. Be part of it, and that means working on the committees as well. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We have 5 hours. The minimum we will do is 3 because we need to keep a 48-hour period for the session. So we started at 1700 UTC on Friday. We won't finish before 1700 UTC on Sunday. But that 3 hours will be necessary. We need to get the elections done and everything else. Thank you, everybody. We have done everything very effectively, actually, in 4 hours. We don't need to waste time, so we don't need to carry on unnecessarily. I warn you, for new colleagues, the sessions get a lot longer when we have more legislation. Each piece of legislation usually takes around an hour, and if we have 4 of them, that takes 4 hours. So under normal circumstances, we would have at least 2 more hours. And then we have a government hour as well, but we could not have a government hour because we did not have a government. So that's why it's a little bit shorter. But you have a picture of how the process works now. Hopefully you find it professional. interesting and not time wasting. Does anybody else need to raise anything else today before we close? We got Daniel.
Hi there. Hi, Limbit. Limbit, I was
Hi.
wondering, are you going to be sending out an updated list of the members of the committees? Has it changed
Yes.
since the last time you put that out?
Yes, I will send an updated list this evening. Linda, after I've spoken to Gottfried and Benedetta, I'll call you because I will now make sure everybody's allocated to a committee, and I'll share that. It's an open list, there's no secret. Everyone can see who's on what. And you can feel free to contact people as well. It's perfectly you're perfectly entitled to do so. So there's no restriction on that.
Thank you very
I'll
much.
make sure that the whole list is shared. I have appointed those people who had not chosen for themselves on the basis of equitable distribution of numbers and based on what I know about the individuals. So I exercise some executive authority to do that, but it means every AMP is on at least one committee. Okay,
Thank you.
thank
Very
you.
much. Thank you very much,
No problem,
Limbit.
Daniel. You'll get that within the next 90 minutes, 90 minutes. Thank you, everybody. That has been a very productive day. Thank you to my team as always. We got to 66 at one point, so at 32 we'll close it down. Godfrey, please be on standby. Benedetta, please be on standby. Linda, please be on standby. I'll call you as well. And with Linda, I'm just wanting to make sure that we share the full list of AMPs on which committees they are on. And then in the morning, I will share, or maybe tonight, I will share the names of the candidates for the committee chairs. Great. Have a great evening, and I'll see you tomorrow, 1400 UTC, and we'll have some more great progress tomorrow. With that, we close the second day of our sitting. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh-ho.